No worries. All right. Technical difficulties on this end. Okay, with that, we will call to order tonight's Missoula Consolidated Planning Board for Tuesday, August 20th, 2024 at 6:01 p.m. And with that call to order, we will have roll call, please.
Roll call. Lynn Davis.
Here.
Derek Canwisher. Derek is absent. Shane Morrissey.
Here.
Toon Pham. Toon is absent. Josh Schrader.
Here.
Danny Oberweiser.
Here.
Peter Benson. Peter is absent. Rick Hall.
Here.
Sean McCoy.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have 6 members present. We have made quorum.
Outstanding, thank you. Okay, that brings us to approval of the minutes for July 30th, 2024 and August 6th, 2024. Ideally, everybody got a chance to look those over. For you, Danny, you can abstain if you want to, or if you read through them and don't have any objections, like as far as grammatically goes, you can vote for them too. It's totally up to you. So unless there's some changes, we will take a motion.
I'll move that we approve the minutes from the July 30th, 2024 and August 6th, 2024 planning board meetings.
So moved by Shane. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Will you turn on your mic when you second it?
I did, I thought, but not close enough.
All right, seconded by Rick. And we'll do an up and down vote for that. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Any abstentions?
I'll abstain.
1 abstention. Motion carries. 5 ayes, 1 abstention. Okay. Next is public comment on non-agenda items. So if you would like to comment on something outside of the 2 agenda items that we have here tonight, then you can come up and do so at this point in time. So if you're here for the agenda items, please hold your comments till later. Sure, yeah, go ahead, come on up. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Megan Schrader, and I'm on Elk Hills Court. So my property borders Hillview. And I believe this is not necessarily what would fall in the agenda items. That's why I'm coming up now, but you can let me know if it is something I can speak on and would fit better later. As neighbors, a lot of us are discussing, those of us that are on Elk Hills Court in our property, our entire yards are all against Hillview Way. The great concern is the amount of, obviously, traffic, wildlife, all those other things, but especially for the road noise and traffic. Our concern, my concern specifically, along with many of us, would be the concessions that would be possible to be made for those homeowners. There's 7 of us single-family homes, and there's also 1 condo that has 2 families in it, or 2 adjoined condos there at the very end of Elk Hills Court. And for us, it's one of those things that I believe, privacy fence, screening plants, those things that are so very expensive, but are gonna be a huge, huge help to us to be able to have those concessions made for some of these homeowners that are gonna be greatly impacted by the road noise, the traffic, and everything else that comes with that, and the sheer number of volume of this development.
Okay.
So that's
Can
what
I ask you is this in relation to a development that we're looking at tonight up on Hillview?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
So would that,
you hold
okay, I was gonna say, so would that be, I just wasn't sure if that fell more
later.
out of the realm in terms of what actually would go along with that. Okay, perfect, I can repeat all that when we come later, thank you.
No worries, thank you. Okay, anybody join us on the line for a comment on this? You see anybody? Okay. Actually, that was kind of better than, I appreciate your comment, because normally we just sit here quietly and wait, because we get very, very few comments during that period of time, so. All right, I'm not seeing anybody else in house. I'm gonna go ahead and close public comment for non-agenda items. And we will move on to staff announcements, and we just have one in there. We have a new member with us tonight, Danny Oberweiser. Hopefully I got that right. Welcome, Danny.
Thank you, Chairman. Oberweiser, real close.
Oberweiser.
Yes.
I said Ob.
Yeah,
Oberweiser. Got it.
like the beer, but Ober.
Great. Well, welcome aboard. We appreciate you volunteering for this position. Everybody's a volunteer on this board. And maybe later on we'll get to know you a little better, but from here, we're just going to plow into the evening. So that brings us to public hearings, and our first one for tonight is the Wildroot Phase Subdivision, Annexation, and Rezone. That's Tara Porcari, Senior Planner with City of Missoula. Go ahead.
Yep, looks like I just got my share permissions. And Annalisa, can I request that you get the other folks as presenters as well from the consultant team? I just sent you a little email, so just so we have that ready for the end. But I'll go ahead and get going. I'm going to try and do this as quick as I possibly can. It's a huge subdivision. I've tried to limit kind of what's in the report, but I want to make sure that, you know, we're also thorough. So again, I'm Tara Porcari. I'm a planner with City Development Services. As mentioned, we'll be talking about the Wildroot Phase Subdivision and Rezone today. Cushing Terrell has submitted this development application on behalf of their client and developer Pando Holdings, and the property owners are Hillview Road LLC and Hillview Multifamily Project Owner LLC. When all said and done, the subdivision is proposed to have 248 lots, so it's a big one, and that'll have an associated 450 dwelling units added to the community. So starting off, here are the items Planning Board will be looking at for recommendations today. We've got a rezone application for the property, 6 variance requests from a few of the subdivision regulations, and obviously a full phased preliminary plat application. Just so everyone's clear up front, a portion of the property is also requesting to be annexed as a part of the full request going to City Council, but Planning Board does not have a role in the annexation or zoning upon annexation of those parcels. That's left to City Council. This is the location of the subject property. It's located in the Moose Can Gully neighborhood, with the actual Moose Can Gully located near the southwest corner of the property. Then you can see it's bounded on the west by Hillview Way. There's residential development generally to the west and mostly residentially zoned vacant land to the east. To the north, there's some residential, but mostly residentially zoned vacant land just abutting it at this time. And then there's also an existing religious assembly use to the south. There's a multifamily development already going in that's approved under the existing zoning on the property at the southwest corner as well, just in case anyone's been up in the South Hills lately and has noticed that construction underway. Then just one more thing to point out is that the majority of the property is currently located within Missoula city limits, but there are 5 parcels in the southeast of the property that are currently located in the county. So that's kind of the location of those. As we all know, the South Hills aren't exactly the simplest area for development, given the steep slopes in the area. Since there are slopes greater than 15% throughout the site, the subdivider was required to submit a hillside density adjustment worksheet with their application. And that uses basically the allowed zoning densities and slope percentages to calculate an adjusted density given the intense slopes to make sure everything's safe. That being said, their proposed development, including 450 units, is well within the adjusted density calculation for the site, which could have allowed up to about 755 units. So we're pretty good there. You'll also notice that there are existing slopes greater than 25%, which are noted here in red, but are also identified on the preliminary plat that shows our proposed grades as the no-build zones on site. A key takeaway I just really want to point out here is that the roadways and lots, as well as parkland and common area, have been designed pretty well to work around the steep slopes and generally limit the earthwork to the greatest extent possible. So that's something I feel like they've done a really good job of. That being said, the proposed grades are designed to meet the subdivision standards for a contiguous buildable lot area, and then conditions are also in place to ensure that all streets and sidewalk improvements are designed in accordance with our city standards from engineering and the subdivision regulations. So here's just kind of a summary of the proposed preliminary plat. It's obviously a large subdivision, so it's a little hard to see all the details on the screen. So that being said, hopefully everyone's had a chance to review the zoomed in versions in the project packet that was attached to today's agenda. On a high level, we've got one multifamily lot just north of Rymel Road on the southwest of the property. Like I mentioned, this is part of the development already that's been approved and has permits going. It's under construction as we speak. Then there are 21 townhome lots just north of the multifamily development, still adjacent to Hillview Road on the west side of the property. That will be a part of the second phase of development. And then we have 226 single-family lots all scattered heading east across the property, making up that grand total of 248 lots. The main accesses will be from Hillview Way at Rymel Road and then Local A. Sewer and water to all lots will be with city utility connections, and stormwater is to be contained on site. So here's the proposed phasing plan with 7 total phases. Phase 1 has already begun with some of the multifamily, and it's slotted to a final plat by the end of 2026. Then the final phase 7 is planned to be completed by the end of 2044. So assuming all goes well, the full subdivision build out will be complete in 20 years. Each phase includes full roadway improvements, complete easements, any dedicated parkland mentioned, common area improvements, and other associated stormwater and utility infrastructure. All conditions of approval are also, of course, required prior to the timeline stated in the staff report, many of which are obviously tied to a specific phase. So, for example, some of the transportation improvements for Hillview Way include an increase in right-of-way on the east side of the street, new dedicated turn lanes, new crosswalks, and adjustment of the right-of-way at Hillview Way and Rymel Road for the future installation of a roundabout. One of the conditions of approval also requires that the subdivider complete the engineering design for the roundabout prior to phase 2. Rymel Road then will be the on-site collector coming in east to west through the south portion of the subdivision, and local streets A through I have been included in the design to adequately tie into all the lots. They're proposed to be constructed up to city engineering and subdivision standards with boulevard, sidewalk, curb, gutter, everything that's required except for where variances have been requested. Non-motorized transportation options are also proposed throughout the subdivision in the form of sidewalks and trail connections. An additional bike infrastructure is proposed to also be placed in the form of dedicated bike lanes or a shared use path along collector streets. At this time, there are no new proposed bus stops, as both Mountain Line Route 12 and school buses pick up within a half mile of the subdivision. School bus pickup and drop-off is currently located just across Hillview Way from the proposed subdivision at Clearview Way and Hillview Way, and Development Services has not received comments from school representatives regarding bus service at this time. Additionally, as more school-age children begin moving into the subdivision, bus routes may also change. So just at this time, staff do not recommend the subdivider be required to construct any formal bus stop facilities, but that'll be more something that happens over time as we kind of know where the need is. So again, we'll keep this quick, but as you know from the Aspire subdivision recently, Planning Board won't make a recommendation on the annexation of the 5 southeast parcels currently in the county. But just so it makes sense as we move forward to the rezone portion of the request, if annexed, the zoning upon annexations of those lots would be R5.4, which is a single-family residential zone and comparable to the county R zoning that exists on site under the county jurisdiction. It's also located in the city's annexation area A, which are mapped areas that generally meet all the annexation policies review criteria. So staff is supporting the annexation, will recommend approval by city council. Here's the existing zoning. The west portion of the property is mostly zoned RM 1-35 and RM 0.5 residential, which are both multifamily zones, with a small portion of B2-1 community business and an overlay across that entire portion of the property called out as the Hillview Heights overlay. Then the west portion of the property is zoned R8 residential, which is a low density residential zone. And as mentioned, the county R property seen on the southwest corner here is recommended to be city R5.4 residential upon annexation. Here are the future land use designations set out in the Missoula 2035 city growth policy. We have residential high density on the western portion of the property, and then residential medium going into lower density as we move further east from Hillview Way. The box on the right here shows what the relatable zoning districts are as laid out in the growth policy. Residential high calls for RM1, RM 1.5, or RM 0.5, and residential medium calls for RT10, R8, R5.4, or RT 5.4. Then in bold there, I'm just showing that RM1 or RM1-35, same thing, RM 0.5 and R5.4 are the zoning designations being requested by the applicant as part of the rezoning. So just showing that they are requesting relatable zoning districts under the growth policy. Here's how that's shown geographically, similar to what's shown in the growth policy. Out of those three zoning designations, we have the highest density zoning right up against Hillview Way, and then we get to the less dense single-family lots as we get to the eastern portion of the site. You can also see that the rezoning will ensure zoning designations align with the shapes of the new lot lines, so that'll prevent any split zoning on the proposed new lots, since that's not allowed under our subdivision regulations and our zoning code. Then it also removes the entirety of the Hillview Heights overlay, which honestly, just to kind of simplify it all down and summarize it, it doesn't really make that much of a difference for the subject property outside of just generally simplifying the zoning. For the most part, that overlay was originally intended for land associated with the Hillview Heights planned unit development, which is located west of Hillview Way, prior to the establishment of Hillview Way itself. So all the removal will really technically impact for this development is the removal of a 9.9 units per acre density cap, which given the existing proposal doesn't limit anything anyway, seeing that the proposed maximum density sits below that at 8.66 units per acre. So basically it just removes a long history of a weird overlay, and it simplifies the zoning regulations both for us staff, but definitely the public when they're trying to do zoning lookups. So very helpful. I've tried to simplify this a little bit since we have a lot of different zoning districts at play here. In doing so, I've just tried to show the new boundaries of each proposed designation overlaid onto the existing zoning, just for comparison's sake. So starting with the section proposed to all be RM 0.5, it currently also includes some RM 1-35 zoning, as well as the Hillview Heights overlay. And then here's a basic comparison of the two zoning districts. We see the differences on the screen in red pointed out. RM 0.5 has slightly higher allowable density, requiring just 500 square feet per unit versus 1,000 square feet with RM 1-35. Some slightly smaller rear setbacks going from 20 feet to just 10 feet, and then a higher maximum height for the buildings of up to 125 feet, which we really won't end up seeing on the site given that the area is proposed for townhomes and single family homes, but still worth noting. So next we're looking at the area to be rezoned to RM 1-35. Most of this area is currently already RM 1-35, which is why we're already seeing some of those multifamily buildings being approved. They're already allowed there. However, there's also a small portion of B2-1 community business and the Hillview Heights overlay here as well. Again, won't impact too much since it's already mostly RM 1-35, but technically that small portion of B2-1 land could have a slightly different maximum height and would allow for slightly different uses, but again, only residential developments being proposed for the site. And the last portion, currently mostly zoned R8 and zoned upon annexation R5.4 residential, is all proposed to be zoned as R5.4 for the single family lots. And we can see here that the only thing that changes between R8 and R5.4 is a slightly larger maximum density. For R5.4, requiring just 5,400 square feet per unit instead of 8,000. And if you haven't had a chance to fully review the staff report prior to tonight's meeting, I'd refer you to read through that section, and obviously keep doing that for meetings to come. Here's the full language discussing what we look for regarding rezoning approvals, just to keep this portion brief, due to the guidance in the growth policy and the associated future land use recommendations. Staff does believe that these criteria are met and therefore supports the proposed rezoning, recommending approval. So next, we're looking at the subdivision review criteria, which are grouped for the growth policy and zoning, agriculture and ag water user facilities, local services, natural environment considerations, and public health and safety. So those are things to keep in mind. First, currently, as mentioned, there aren't any active agricultural uses on the subject property. The application packet says that the site was most likely historically used for pasture grazing, but based on historic aerial imagery, there's no sign of that for at least the past 40 years. Almost the entire property contains soil types. The NRCS soil survey identifies as farmland of local importance, but not quite prime farmland. That being said, it's also important to note that our subdivision regulations state that mitigation of adverse impacts will not be based on a loss of agricultural soils. Additionally, neither the city or county includes direction in our land use plans calling for agricultural production on this property. The property doesn't have any water rights or other water conveyances used for agricultural irrigation purposes. And due to all these findings, there shouldn't be any major unseen impacts to agriculture or ag water facilities. Then local services. Water and sewer will all be city utilities, and the subdividers responsible for those connections as a part of each phase. Solid waste will be covered by Republic Services for the area, and city police and fire will cover fire and law enforcement, with fire hydrants being required to be installed with each phase. Impacts to schools, it's estimated in the application that there could technically be up to a maximum of 135 new school-age children added with the subdivision, with those children as of today going to Russell Elementary, Washington Middle School, and Sentinel High School. And then as of at least a few hours ago, the school district had not made any comment on adverse impacts on schools. And then Parks and Recreation will have 2 new parks being dedicated to the city, as we mentioned before on the preliminary plat, and we'll look a little bit into those on these next couple of slides here. First area of dedicated parkland is immediately adjacent to Moose Can Gully and will act as a buffer between the associated riparian area and the multifamily development to the north. It includes a 10-foot wide trail easement, a 6-foot wide trail, and connections to a number of single track trails and sidewalks nearby. This would be dedicated to the city, and Parks and Recreation would take on maintenance responsibilities. Based on the recommended conditions, plans for dedicated parkland would be subject to review and approval by Parks and Rec and would be required prior to final plat approval for each associated phase. A lot of this has been in discussion for a long time with City Parks and Rec, so those conversations go way back, but we'll still have kind of one more shot just to double check, triple check everything looks good and get what we need. Then here's the second portion of dedicated parkland just east of the first one. The 10-foot wide trail easement continues all the way over to the last portion of Rymel Road within the subdivision And then it also includes some 2-foot wide trails helping to ensure a complete and well-connected pedestrian network throughout the whole portion of the south portion of the subdivision. Okay, so continuing with local services again. As mentioned earlier, when we were looking at the plat, the proposal includes updates to Hillview Way and plans for the build out of Rymel Road as the on-site collector, in addition to local streets A through I, which will all be designed in compliance with engineering and subdivision standards, again, except for where variances are requested. Additionally, sidewalks and single track trail connections, as well as mid-block pedestrian easements, are included throughout the entire site, in addition to inclusion of the Moose Can Gully Trail on the south portion of the property. Bicycle infrastructure is also included along collector streets, and no new bus stops are proposed at this time, given there are existing mountain line and school bus stops less than a half mile from the property. Then one last thing to point out for transportation is that City Council created a special improvement district in 2015 to upgrade Hillview Way. Improvements made under SID 549 is the number, were financed in part through the issuance of bonds, which are repaid over time via special tax assessments and impact fees by the owners of properties that benefit from the improvements. So since the area of benefit for this SID includes the portions of the subject property already within city limits, but will also benefit those parcels currently under county jurisdiction, staff has included a recommended condition to require that all Wildroot lot owners pay impact fees as described in the Hillview Way SID 549 agreement. Moving on to a criteria for natural environment, wildlife, and wildlife habitat. The property is located in floodplain zone X shaded, which is just a 0.2% annual chance or area of minimum flood hazard. That's what we call it. These areas are low risk, so they're not considered a regulatory floodplain area, and we shouldn't see any major concerns there. The applicant has included a riparian resource management plan, which designates the area surrounding the gully a riparian area. It notes, however, that there aren't any activities proposed there and that the park will act as an added buffer from further development. The application also includes a weed management plan and a landscaping plan for review by Parks and Rec. Again, many conversations have happened throughout the preliminary review periods, and so conditions have also been added to ensure that landscaping and trees are appropriately installed. Next, the property does contain wildlife habitat, and according to the application packet, animals that may use the site include, but aren't limited to, Hungarian partridge, moose, fox, coyote, raccoon, bald eagles, osprey, hawks, black and grizzly bears, mountain lion, and mule and white-tailed deer. We've received comments from Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks Regional Supervisor Randy Arnold, and as recommended in his email, we've included a condition of approval requiring some living with wildlife covenants for the subdivision, which is pretty standard around Missoula. We've also received comments from Five Valleys Audubon, Missoula Valley Water Quality District, and Missoula Public Health and Air Quality, none of which had any major concerns or opposition to the proposed subdivision. Five Valleys Audubon did, however, include that bird species may inhabit the area, commenting just that the property was at one time a valued grassland, but for the most part, the value of that habitat has diminished over time a bit, and along with a lot of its bird use. So they weren't especially too concerned about potential impacts, but wanted to note it. And lastly, there are 2 residential structures existing on the site, but Damon Murdo of the State Historic Preservation Office commented that the structures are not of significant historic value, so a cultural resources inventory wasn't recommended. Finally, public health and safety is the last major subdivision review criteria. As noted, a hillside density worksheet was included with the application for adjusted density maximums, and no build zones for slopes greater than 25% have been identified on the plat. All stormwater is to be contained on site, captured in a series of inlets, and transmitted via underground storm drains to one of 3 detention systems. 2 of the detention systems are proposed to be lime ponds that will prevent infiltration of stormwater. Stormwater would then be discharged from these ponds at pre-development rates to Moscan Gully, just downstream of the development. The third stormwater management system is proposed to be an underground sealed detention system that would discharge at pre-development rates to the storm drain system in Hillview Road, just north of the site. The subject property is located within the Wildland Urban Interface, or WUI, and that's an area considered to have moderate wildfire risk. The subdivision regulations require appropriate language to be included in the covenants when land is located in that WUI, which staff have included a condition of approval for. The property is also located within air stagnation zone, and therefore the development covenants require language for all lot owners to abide by the wood stove, paving, and outdoor burning rules from the Missoula City County Health Department. Then we've already discussed the final points, but they'll be connecting to city water, be required to install fire hydrants with each phase, and obviously there are ingress and egress points provided for residents to safely access the new lots. Whew, okay, moving on to our 6 requested variances. Here are the general criteria set out in the subdivision regs. We look at if the conditions requiring the variance are unique to the property, if physical surroundings would cause undue hardship, if the regulations were strictly enforced, whether the hardship has been created by the applicant or not, and that granting a variance wouldn't result in a threat to public safety, cause an increase in public costs, or violate zoning ordinances or growth policy regulations. The first variance is for a section in the subdivision regulations that prohibits dead-end streets, and the applicant has requested that local I, which is located on the southeast corner of the subdivision coming off Brimel Road, could be installed as a hammerhead turnaround. The reasoning for this is that it allows for Brimel Road to connect to an existing public highway easement as requested by our engineering staff. Working with some steeper slopes on the site and maximizing the number of lots that can be accessed. The preliminary layout has been cleared with our engineering staff. It allows Brimel Road to maintain an appropriate collector street profile, so making sure those slopes are adequate, ensuring that all lots are accessed from a public or private road, and it meets the limiting depth of 150 feet for streets from fire code, which is adequate for emergency services and turnaround distances. Then we have 3 variances that are all for the same standard. The subdivision regulations state that blocks may not exceed a maximum length of 480 feet, and the subdivider is requesting block length be exceeded at a number of locations. So for simplicity's sake, we've grouped these in 3 different groups shown here. All is color coded there. Overall, the variances are requested given the steep slopes on site and the challenges associated with achieving required standards for the build out of all the rights of ways. As shown in blue on the map, they've also included a bunch of mid-block crossings wherever possible. So most of them include those where they exceed the 480 feet. They're using some pedestrian access easements there where they've proposed 2-foot single track trails just to make sure that we increase the internal connectivity and meet the intent of that regulation. The longest length without mitigation is over at local B in orange there, which measures 550 feet, just 70 feet above that standard. Next, we have a variance requested for the subdivision standard that requires sidewalks on both sides of Rymel Road. The request is that 450 feet, there would only be sidewalk on the north side. Also point out on this image that the sidewalk is actually missing all the way up to where Rymel Road meets local A. So it's not just the blue rectangle shown, but I'll show that in the next slide too. This image shows that in order to try and mitigate for the lack of sidewalk, they've included a 2-foot wide trail proposed that connects into the wider trail easement, and then it still provides pedestrian or a pedestrian option along the south side next to the park all the way up to local A. Obviously, there's a few other different options depending where you're going, but it's well connected with that park, and yeah, just trying to make up for the lack of sidewalk there. The reason for this variance, again, has to do with the Rymel Road layout, which was impacted by steep slopes and trying not to do too much earthwork. It's also requested because the south side of Rymel includes a 20-foot cut slope, and providing that 12 feet for sidewalk and boulevard, it would definitely compromise the provision of the Moose Can Gully Trail. And that park there is obviously a priority and has been long discussed with our Parks and Recreation Department. So it's important. Finally, the last variance request is for a provision in the subdivision regulations that requires each lot to abut a public or private street or road. And the request is that lots 18 through 22, shown outline in red here, would be allowed to not abut a public or private street and instead be accessed by public access easements that will kind of end up working the exact same way. Like everything with this subdivision, the variance is requested due to steep slopes, since Local A had to be designed to fit the hillside and also meet grade requirements for engineering standards. It's also meeting the requirement that townhome units face the public realm, shown here as Local A or common area on Hillview Way. Engineering has looked at these preliminary plans, and the impacts are proposed to be mitigated obviously by alley access. That's a 32-foot access easement for vehicular traffic, and then also an 8-foot access easement in the fronts for pedestrian travel leading to the fronts of the townhomes. Also, all of those townhomes there will actually be accessed via the alley and garages at the back of the lots, which is fine, but the variances are just required for the 5 lots, since the rest of the lots do have frontages on Local A. So just kind of one of those quick things. Staff has included a whopping total of 48 conditions of approval, but I've just outlined a few here that are a bit different from some of our more standard conditions. We've got a condition to require the design of the roundabout at Hillview and Rymel Road, a condition requiring a maintenance agreement for the Hammerhead turnaround at Local I, and then the dedication of 10 feet of additional right-of-way along Hillview Way. So the east side is a full 40 feet from the center line, getting up to standards. Next, no need to read this entire slide, but this is regarding the inclusion in the special improvement district that we discussed for Hillview Way, and it basically requires that language will appear on the face of the final plat to ensure that impact fees are paid by all the Wildroot lot owners, kind of going forward. Then just a couple more to point out here. Again, I won't go into everything, but we have a very important one that requires a development agreement with Parks and Rec for parkland improvements and timing. And finally, this is also pretty standard, but since there's a large amount of common area on the subdivision, I thought it was worth pointing out that language has been required in the development covenants that common area maintenance be performed by the homeowners association or HOA. Okay, starting to get to the end here. Then before I bring up the long list of recommended motions, I want to briefly just go over the public comment we've received thus far. All of this is also shared with members of planning board in your packets, or if it was received a little bit more last minute, it's been emailed to you. There were really only a couple of neighbors that submitted formal written comments prior to the public hearings, one of which was mostly just clarifying the location of an easement from the neighbors immediately north of the subject property, and that all looked good to go, so I responded appropriately. Missoula Alliance Church to the south reached out with some questions as well, but then proceeded to submit a comment in support of the subdivision, which is up here on the screen. That one was from their lead pastor, Micah. And then the comment I really want to address in a bit more detail is from John Rymel, a neighbor to the south of the subject property, that outlined some concerns of increased traffic along Rymel Road to the east of the subdivision. There was one correspondence that was kind of back and forth included in the application packet ahead of time, and then we also received a letter from his attorney that should have been emailed to the board earlier today. The image on the screen was included as a part of his comments, with his main concern being maintenance along the portion of Rymel Road between the subdivision and Heaven's Gate, so that green portion on the screen. So from kind of my back and forth, just doing some research on the whole issue, I chatted with county staff, Mike Tester with the surveyor's office and Eric Dixon with engineering. And through that, I've been informed that Rymel Road going east from the subdivision out to Whitaker Drive is all public right away. That being said, based on my emails with Mr. Rymel and county staff, they're included in the application packet. My understanding is that Missoula County maintains the portion east of Heaven's Gate, but the portion between the subdivision and Heaven's Gate is currently privately maintained by the Rymel family. That's also shown on the image provided there. And you can see that the driveway meets up with Rymel Road right at the southeast corner of the subdivision, so that's their main access to their property. From what County Engineering Office has said, it sounds like Missoula County has never formally accepted that portion of Rymel Road, shown in green for maintenance. Eric Dixon also mentioned that the existing roads in a public easement, tongue twister. He mentioned that for existing roads in a public easement, the county assumes maintenance for roadways as long as they meet current road construction standards, which this portion of roadway does not at this time. The TAS was performed using Hillview Way as the only main access point at those two locations, and only referenced the access at Rymel Road on the east as an emergency access point. That's
Tara, folks are having a hard time hearing you. Could you try and speak in your mic a little closer?
Yes. Can you hear me now okay?
Yes, but if you could repeat the last whole part of what you said, I would appreciate it.
Yep. From the beginning of this slide?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank
sounds good. Yep, we'll go on back. So let's see, where am I? So talking to county staff with the surveyor's office and the engineering department, they have said that Rymel Road going east from the subdivision out to Whitaker Drive is public right away. That being said, based on emails with Mr. Rymel and county staff that are included in the application packet, my understanding is that Missoula County maintains the portion east of Heaven's Gate, but the portion between the subdivision and Heaven's Gate is currently privately maintained by the Rymel family. That's also shown on the image here and was in their public comment. And you can also see that their driveway meets up with Rymel Road right at the southeast corner of the subdivision there. So that is a concern of his as well. From what county engineering has said, it sounds like the county has never formally accepted that portion of Rymel Road for maintenance, the one in green there. Eric also mentioned that for existing roads in a public easement, the county assumes maintenance for roadways as long as they meet current road construction standards, which this portion of roadway does not at this time. The TIS was performed using Hillview Way as the only main access point at those two roadways, and it only referenced the access at Rymel on the east side as an emergency access point, which is still mostly the plan. That has remained acceptable to city engineering, as they do still believe that the majority of the traffic will be accessing the subdivision through Hillview Way. If you look kind of up Whitaker Drive, it's pretty steep. It's not really somewhere that we're seeing a lot of traffic going, but we definitely see his concerns overall, because there will be, a little bit here and there. I've met with the applicant's representative and our engineering staff since receiving some of these comments, just to see what options we might have for mitigation of these impacts. And we'll definitely be recommending a condition of approval for the developer to at least address the driveway approach and cattle guard. So once we get the details of that language nailed down, we'll bring an additional condition of approval to City Council. That being said, it's kind of fresh. So in the meantime, we're just kind of working to do our best to facilitate any possible other further conversations between city and county public works staff regarding any potential options to further mitigate Mr. Rymel's concerns about the privately maintained portion of that roadway. So doing our best, working with it as we can. And then here are the recommended motions for planning board, all to recommend approval to city council of the planning application, 6 variance requests as described in the previous slides, and of course to recommend approval of the Wildroot phase subdivision preliminary plat application with all the conditions of approval. Okay, thank goodness, that's finally the end of my presentation. I do want to let everyone know that we have a number of representatives here from Cushing Terrell and the development team that I know wish to add a few things, and are also here, happy to answer any questions on their end. And I'll also point out that some of the staff from engineering and parks are here just to help with any questions pertaining to their department specifics as well. Last comment, it's super important for the timeline and overall cost of the project to do everything that we can to try and get a recommendation moving forward tonight, as the city council public hearing is coming up before we know it. I'll also remind everyone just that subdivisions have an 80-day statutory deadline. So staff would really urge everyone to push for a recommendation this evening, if at all possible. And with that, I'm all wrapped up. Pass it over.
Great, thanks, Tara. Who do we have from go ahead, somebody's going to present. Okay.
Nicole Olmsted will be presenting the screen sheet remote.
Okay, come on up and introduce yourself in the mic there, and maybe repeat that, because I don't think anybody else heard it but me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to give like an introduction. Nicole Olmsted is,
Let's see if your mic is on here. Is there a green? You might have to pick it up sometimes or lean into it.
okay, I'll hold it. Okay. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for your volunteer service to this community. My name is Kylie Wilson, and I'm the managing principal at Pando Holdings, located at 205 Detroit Street in Denver, Colorado. I live in Denver, but my respect and connection to the state are deep. I've been coming to Montana all my life, drawn by family, community, and the natural beauty of this last best place. Our goal with this project is not just to develop real estate, but to create a neighborhood that will be an asset and that aligns with the goals and objectives of this city and county. It is also a wonderful thing that the work we do will help with local housing attainability. Throughout Montana, housing affordability has become a significant issue facing state and local leadership. As you are well aware, Missoula is not exempt from this reality. Building more housing is crucial to making homes more attainable across the board. Our project started when we flew into town in early 2021. Our first meeting was a Zoom call with key city officials, where we outlined our vision for a development that included apartments, townhomes, and single family. The encouragement we received affirmed that this site was a priority and aligned with the city's growth and housing policies. To underscore the city's initial support, I'd like to share two quotes from an email we received from them. One was, "We're excited about the development plan described during that meeting, a plan that will bring much-needed homes to the Missoula market." And two was, "This development provides the opportunity to create more homes in a single project than we have been able to achieve in several years across dozens of projects." Today, we are not just planning, but we have 203 apartments under construction, with the first residents having moved in last week. From the outset, our vision has been consistent. The initial plans we discussed with the city in 2021 laid the foundation for what we present to you today, a plan shaped over the years through collaboration with staff. Our guiding principles have been to maximize views in open areas, create a system of trails and parks that connect into the city grid, and build a community with appropriate density and multiple product types. We have designed the subdivision so that over 20% of the site will remain open. You are going to see tonight that we've created a neighborhood where people will love to live, where they can enjoy the trails, parks, and the sense of place that makes Wildroot distinctly Missoula. Zach Graham from Graham Engineering is here to present the more technical aspects of the development.
I'm shorter than Kylie, so hopefully this works better. Good evening, Chair, board members, members of the community, staff. My name is Zach Graham. My address is 4350 Ravalli Street, Suite B, Bozeman, Montana. On behalf of the whole design team and ownership, we are really excited to be in front of this board after having partnered with the city leadership and staff over the past 2 years to bring us to this point. We're excited to be part of a great vision that will bring approximately 450 much-needed housing units to the city of Missoula. I'm going to be going through a high-level review of the project's design for you tonight, really the design's development to supplement the staff report. This project is located on the south side of the city of Missoula along Hillview Way, located in the Moose-Cangoli neighborhood in the South Hills. This area of town offers convenient access to schools and open spaces and close proximity to the Brooks Avenue commercial corridor and Missoula's vibrant downtown core. The area to the west across Hillview Way is the established residential Elk Hills neighborhood featuring attached and detached homes and the condominium complex Village at Elk Hills. To the south, Hillview Way connects many looping walkable neighborhoods with a diverse mix of housing types, including single-family, townhome, and multifamily at various scales. These neighborhoods are anchored around the many open spaces and Skyview Park. To the north are winding streets leading to single-family homes nestled alongside the hillside, leading to High Park and the Highlands Club Golf Course. East of the project site is a transitional area. Directly to the east is an undeveloped parcel owned by the Missoula County School District, then an unannexed large rural residential parcel. Looking further east towards Whitaker Drive is the city limits once again with the Mansion Heights PUD. We desired from early in this project to partner with the city to meet the city's housing goals. Part of the initial due diligence, as Kylie mentioned, that began almost 3 years ago now, was a meeting with city leadership to confirm that the development of this property could be achieved in a manner that complied with the planning goals of the city. Some of the goals were discussed were the future land use designation of the parcel and the associated densities that matches the proposal before you today. We also evaluated the property in accordance with the annexation policy of the city. With the property both within the current utility service area and Annexation Area A, it was confirmed that this project fit the logical growth pattern the city intends by avoiding non-contiguous growth boundaries while designing a project in conformance with the future land use plan. When thinking about creating a new neighborhood, it's important to consider features both on and off of the site. In this case, the most influential design drivers external to the site included an existing public roadway easement running along the southern property boundary of the site, requiring connection to Rymel Road. The city of Missoula prioritized the use of this easement for any proposed neighborhood roadway network. There are also 2 connection points off of Hillview Way identified that would need to align with Village View Way and Clearview Way. All of these existing elements drove the alignment of the proposed roadways. Additionally, the existing trail network located in the area was also critical to consider in order to create a walkable pedestrian network connecting pedestrian paths along Hillview Way through the site to the east. Finally, providing future connections to adjacent properties that are not yet developed was also considered. These connection points would need to provide access to property to the north, south, and east. These external connections, along with possible future connections to the east, provided the design restraints for connection of the development to the overall transportation network. Conservation lots to the south influenced the location of the primary pedestrian corridor alignment, which resulted in reduced density adjacent to those easements. In this slide, you'll begin to see the framework of the proposed neighborhood take shape. Here you can see the locations of the external and future roadway connections with the internal roadway network. The site topography was the dominating driver for the proposed design. The site generally slopes from east to west with areas of steep slopes that are undevelopable and over 200 feet of vertical relief from the lowest to the highest point on the site. In the southwest corner is Moose Can, a drainage and riparian area that needed to be protected with other open space areas. The trail network was designed to both allow the user to interact with the park and open space while providing ready access from each of the lots. Bringing these internal and external design drivers together results in a concept in conformance with the proposal before you today. Here you can see how future connections were planned within a pedestrian scale neighborhood road network. Working within the constraints of the existing topography, the team developed the roads that emphasize safety along with functionality. This image also depicts how the open space areas protect the riparian area and how the pedestrian pathways provide for continuous travel throughout the neighborhood with conscientious and safe crossing locations. The open space locations, pedestrian connections, and neighborhood road network create the backbone of what we are proposing tonight. Wildroot. It's a 106.6 acre community with 41 of those acres proposed for annexation. There are 21.9 acres, just over 20% of common space, and over 14,000 lineal feet or 2.65 miles of new trail, all open to the public and maintained by the HOA. Moose Can is preserved and adjacent to proposed park space totaling 7.78 acres. There's an 8-foot wide pathway that will connect to an existing underpass and provide walking or biking access to the park space from the south. Aligning with the city vision to see this property developed for housing, the project creates 203 multifamily units that are already under construction, 21 townhomes, and 226 single-family lots. The thoughtful design lays out the lots, placing higher density residential units closer to Hillview Way, with gradually less intense townhome and single-family residential lots planned as the property slopes up to the east. The diversity of the housing creates residential opportunities to fit many lifestyles and life stages while incorporating pedestrian-friendly access and connections to amenities along the Hillview Way corridor. As described in the staff report, the project relies on the approval of a number of variances. The subdivision design necessitates these variances due to many of the external and internal drivers previously presented. That said, the most notable driver is the site topography. These variances, again, are for a turnabout, block length, the street profile, and direct public access in Phase 2, where the townhomes are located. Wildroot is planned to be constructed in 7 phases, inviting new residents into the neighborhood over time. The multifamily, named Pine at Wildroot, is Phase 1 and currently under construction, with residents already moved into the first completed building as of last week. Phase 2 is designated for townhomes. Phases 3 through 7 are for single-family lots. Each phase will be constructed with fully functional infrastructure and pedestrian access to the overall trail system. The phases will be constructed gradually over time. While there is an exhaustive narrative in the application of how this project conforms with the growth policy and overall city policy and goals for new development, I would like to touch briefly on this alignment from a high level. This project aligns with the city's stated housing goals by providing attainable and fair housing through an efficient use of the land that appropriately places lots within the developable areas, while also providing multiple types of housing from multifamily to townhome and single family. Even the single-family lots have been designed with variable lot sizes to provide for different home sizes. Overall, the development complies with the land use and zoning intent to decrease housing density as the development progresses east from Hillview Way. The design provides appropriate vehicle and pedestrian transportation linkage with an overall community character and sense of place that is congruent with what makes Missoula such a great place to live. Natural areas are preserved and proposed in appropriate places, providing trails, open space, and a park, all while being connected with local services through the existing adjacent transportation network. As an area designated through the growth policy and zoning code for development, the project provides the needed housing in the right place without unnecessary sprawl to help reduce growth pressure while providing for the necessary infrastructure to accommodate the growth. One of the goals of the project vision was to develop reasonable design guidelines for the townhome and house designs that produce a sense of place that is faithful to regional traditions while requiring quality yet affordable building materials. The intent is that the homes will encourage a visual interest and architectural compatibility throughout the development. The design guidelines encourage energy efficiency and consistent landscape requirements, with planting requirements that promote responsible water usage for long-term sustainability. In this artistic rendition, we are looking northwest over the proposed development. You can see Hillview Way, Moose Cangoli, and the village at Elk Hills in the foreground. Rymore Road is in the distance on the right, and Mount Sentinel in the background. You can see how the proposed neighborhood fits in appropriately with the existing residential development. The next view of the project will be from the trail adjacent to the stormwater detention facility in this location here. This view is looking to the east from the stormwater pond at the park and multifamily development behind it. The location of the park next to Moose Cangoli provides further protection and transition to the riparian area. The concept park design consists of terraces that facilitate various future amenities and places for community enjoyment. The turf area is limited to just what is requested by the City Parks Department, which limits irrigation while providing native recreation areas. The Moose Cangoli Park provides a recreational anchor and hub connecting off-site trails to the larger on-site trail network within the development. This thoughtful and distinctly Missoula design is before you today due to a lot of vision and hard work between the ownership, consultant team, and city staff. We are thankful to city engineering, public works, planning, parks, and everyone else I'm missing here at the city for all their hard work, their many hours of review and coordination, as well as patience to address all of the challenges that came up in order to bring this to you today. On behalf of the ownership, we value the partnership that is developed between our team and yours as we look to bring much needed housing through thoughtful design and quality development to the community. To the board and Missoula community, we thank you for your consideration tonight, and we look forward to addressing any questions that you might have. One thing before I turn it over, two questions. The discussion with the Rymals did come up. We were able to meet with representatives of the family earlier today, and we just want to affirm that it is our intent, especially at that intersection, that be designed appropriately during the Phase 3 design when that would need to go into place in coordination with them to make sure that their access is configured appropriately at the cost of the development to allow for their trucks to come in and their operations and their cattle guard and some of those concerns there. So with that, I'll leave that. We're available for any questions. And again, we appreciate your careful consideration here tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Zach. Okay. Planning board members, does anybody need anything clarified? Any questions? Didn't understand anything? Oh, Lynn, go ahead.
Hi, I think this is for Tara. So I see the streets going off to the right on the plan, so it looks like east, that dead end into the school property. What is the plan for that? Why would there be streets into a school property?
Yep, so that is from engineering. We want to see those future connections as things get developed, and we don't want to have to put the dollars into it later. So you do all that up front, knowing that the property to the east will eventually be developed. We generally do it ahead of time when it comes to subdivisions.
Yeah, but since it's a designated school property, we don't normally have full-on streets going through a school property, would you? It doesn't make sense to me when I look at it.
Yep, it's just owned by them right now. Troy, I think you were a part of some of the beginning discussions there with the school property, and then the consultants might be able to help out as well. I wasn't here in the very beginning, so would one of you guys be able to jump in and just kind of clarify what's going on there with the school district property?
Yeah, this is Troy Monroe, city engineer. So those are just basically connections to property. They don't need to be used if the school decides not to have whatever exits on those locations. But we did design the subdivision so that if the property was sold by the school district and developed housing, it would have the necessary connections. So again, it would totally be up to the school. If the school just wanted an access off Rymel, they could do that. If they wanted the parking lot to have other accesses, they could use these. So it's just creating continuity between the parcels.
Tara, do you have a map you might be able to bring up and show us that a little more clearly?
Let's see. I've got this one or the preliminary plat. Is the phasing plan maybe a little bit easier to see for you guys?
And the school property
Most
is
likely.
the legend, basically, right?
Yeah, the school property is the one immediately adjacent here. I can see if I can find another slide that has it. So it's this property here.
Okay. I see you there, Shane. Stand by. Okay, Lynn, do you got anything else?
Well, yeah, so the reason I brought it up is because you have the hammerhead to the south, and you wouldn't require that on these 3 streets that are dead ending. Because it's safe to turn around a fire truck, or it doesn't. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so
Troy, could you?
yeah, again, Troy Monroe, city engineer. So the fire department here in Missoula has a 150-foot distance that they are willing to back an engine. So all of these are designed to meet that. So if there was never any development ever occurring to the east, they would still meet the fire code requirements. But again, they are designed for needs in the future.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lynn. Go ahead, Shane.
My question was similar to Lynn's, except on the north, I suppose, where we kind of did a different thing. It looks like we dedicated common area at the end of local F and local H, if I'm reading that correctly here. And I guess my question is really, it doesn't appear as if that's as wide as the public right-of-way of the abutting streets. So, I guess, thinking a future connection to the north, I guess maybe the main question is are those actually the width of the proposed public right-of-way if those were to be future connections?
Yes, they are. All of the local streets, they're mostly all an 80-foot right-of-way, and I believe there are 1 or 2 that are down to that 61 feet, but they'd all be appropriate. And the matching easement up here, let me see if I have the actual length. The back one, I'm gonna have to pull up the actual plat, unless someone else knows at the top of their head.
Yeah, they should be designed as 60-foot easements. So that way we could get a future road connection. If it is that way, we can also get the utility connections. Most likely, the development there would go directly to the west to Hillview, but we did save these spots just in case they did need connections from Wildroot.
And that's confirmed at 60 feet for that common area space.
Sure. And so, I guess what I was reading is that, let me pull up my map so I can actually zoom in a little bit. So local H is a 61-foot right-of-way and then connects to a 60-foot common area.
Yep.
So, okay, great. And then local F is a 70-foot right-of-way, and then that connects into a 60. I guess maybe my point there is we've had these discussions before where we're kind of backing ourselves into a little bit of a corner. If we need the 70 feet for, the road, and that might, it seems pretty obvious to me that is intended to be a placeholder for a future road. Should it not match the, right-of-way width to the connection? That I don't think I need an answer on that, but I guess maybe that's a statement.
Okay. Great points. Anybody else with anything before we move to public comment? Anybody need anything clarified? Okay.
Jump in real quick. I think this is a question for staff. I believe I understand it that the proposal is meeting the parkland dedication requirements, but Tara, I believe you talked about the requirement of a common space maintenance agreement. I'm a little confused. If we're dedicating public parkland to the city, then the HOA still has to maintain it, or am I misunderstanding that?
So, no, those are separate. We've got dedicated parkland, which is going to be maintained by the city, and then they also have additional common area, which is technically a requirement of our multifamily, but they're going quite a bit above and beyond so that they've got extra common area. And basically the reason we put language in there is just to tell them apart from the dedicated parkland that Parks and Rec is maintaining versus the open space that's being maintained by the HOA. So two separate things. They've got just a ton of open space in general. One of the reasons that they have so much here behind the multifamily is not only for their use, but also due to a lot of those steep slopes. So yeah, but just differentiating between the two.
May I have a follow-up there?
Go ahead.
Separate topic, I guess. Probably a question again for Tara. Rhino Road at the connection to the very southeast portion of the site there that you're kind of pointing at. Looks like there may be required easement from the Rhinos on the south side of the proposed boundary.
So here, let me see if I can find a zoomed up one here. There is an existing highway easement along Rhino. I think I've got one that shows it, and maybe the variance slides. Yeah, there's an existing historic public easement there, and so it's been a request of engineering that Rhino Road connects into that existing easement, so that we're kind of prepped for future development. Doesn't make any sense to not use that when it's already there.
Last one, if that's all right. You mentioned bus stops about a half a mile away, and as of now, the city wouldn't require any plans for improvements to that bus stop. I just wanted to understand if continued pedestrian accessibility will be available from this development to those bus stops.
Yep, I think I noted at some point in the preliminary plat slide that there'll be quite a few improvements to Hillview Way to be able to get across there for the Mountain Line bus stops. And then as kids kind of start moving in, we'll see how those bus stop routes change. We haven't gotten any comment from the schools at this point as far as bus stops go, but there's a ton of really good safe connections throughout the subdivision, and they're also proposing some new crosswalks across Hillview Way as well.
Okay, great. Okay, with that, double check. Josh, I can't see you. You good to go there, guy? I would assume you'd speak up. All right. Okay, we're going to move on to public comment here. And with that, I will open it up to public comment. So for anybody that wants to comment that's in-house, please come on up. Please state your name for the record. And I'm a little looser on my timelines. We will flip over the timer to get you used to it, because when you go into city council chambers, they'll be a lot tougher. The mayor holds a tight timeline.
So what is the timeline?
3 minutes, yeah,
Oh,
3
okay.
minutes.
So I'm Whitney Reimel. I'm part of the Reimel family. I know that staff has been referring to John Reimel, and actually it's not just John Reimel, it's also Whitney Reimel. I'm John's sister and own some of the land along Reimel Road, own half of the Reimel land along Reimel Road. We did submit a letter of concern. And our basic concern is about any proposed use of Reimel Road for this development other than for emergency access. We understand that there may be future development on other properties to the east of this development, but that hasn't happened yet and may not happen for a long time. So we would like to have a provision in any approval of this development that Rimal Road from Whitaker, Heaven's Gate, down to our cattle guard and the development be used by this development only for emergency access, such as fire provision access. We'd also like to point out, just for the folks in the city, that our land was part of an open space bond project that expended city money, public money, and protected over 1,000 acres of land in the South Hills for open space conservation. And it's important to us, and I think should be to the city as well, since the city spent a considerable amount of money on these conservation easements, that you recognize that any significant change in the use of the existing Rimal Road would impact the character of these properties. It's not clear to us from the proposal and from the traffic impact study what the proposed use of the existing Rimal Road will be if you don't include any potential future development of other properties. It's very important to us that any access to the existing Rimal Road from the proposed subdivision should be managed using a gate or other means to restrict access. Neighbors along Rimal Road, including us, already struggle with regular trespass, nuisance behavior such as partying and dumping, and other unwanted uses of Rimal Road. There have been a number of accidents and at least 2 injuries, which may have resulted in death. So it's very important that that any access from this subdivision to Rimal Road at the south part of the subdivision be controlled with a gate for only emergency access. We understand, and I've seen the correspondence between my brother and representatives of the city, that the city and the county believe that there in fact is a public easement over Rimal Road from Heaven's Gate to our cattle guard. However, if you go back and look at the documents from 1904 when the road was additionally established, there is in fact some question about that. And we would like to have the developer or the city demonstrate that the city does have legal rights to public access on that portion of Rimal Road. I didn't have an opportunity to review the documents that Tara, I guess, who's the staff person here, presented, and from where I was sitting, I couldn't really read them, and I'm assuming that those would be available to my family and to the public to review. And I understand that representatives of the city have been meeting with the developer, and I know there's been some correspondence between my brother and the county and/or the city, but we would like to have the city be able to sit down with us and discuss these issues. So far, it's just been our letter saying X and the city's letter saying Y, which is, good to get started, but we would like to have that conversation begin. And in conclusion, I'll just say we have no objection to the proposed subdivision. It's only to the effect of that subdivision and any traffic on Rimal Road insofar as it impacts us. And as I think we pointed out, we use that road for agricultural purposes such as, hay trucks, large vehicles for cattle and farming purposes. And so that's basically what I had to say. Unfortunately, John Rimal could not be here. He's not in town. But again, I am here representing our family, and I'm happy to take any questions questions or comments that anybody may have.
Great, thank you, Whitney. We appreciate you coming down and making your comment. We've got, I know staff is writing down questions, and for anybody else that comments, we write down your questions, board members write down your questions, and we try and address them to the best of our ability
Okay.
over the course of this hearing, so
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, anybody else? Do we got anybody online, or we should, yeah. Is anybody? Okay, anybody else in-house, please feel free to come on up. Yeah, please, keep a timer.
I'm at the correct time now? Okay. So my name again is Megan Schrader. I live at 5010 Elk Hills Court, and I am concerned about Elk Hills Court. So if you pull the map up, you can see my house right there. And I'm an elementary school teacher here in Missoula. I'm born and raised in Missoula. I used to ride my horses up North Reserve when that was all field, for anyone that's been here that long too. But anyway, so one of the things, again, I know we talk a lot about Montana, its beauty and all of these things. I'm also concerned on a school level, but I can come to that later. Right now, I'm concerned about my house and my home and my family and my neighbors. And so again, the highest density area, if I am quoting this correctly, is the west along Hillview, which is my house, that is my backyard, not my front door, my backyard, where my neighbors, all of us, that entire Elk Hills Court on that side of Hillview, that is our backyard to our property, that we've enjoyed that land, that property, that view. So the things that I kind of just wanted to mention, again, if you look at the map, it's basically, I'm talking about the corner from Clearview and the 7 individual family homes, along with there is 1 condo on the corner of Clearview that would also be included on Hillview side that I'm talking about, that then borders this new subdivision with the high density. And I understand about growth. I fully do. Again, being born and raised here in Missoula, I've seen it. This development, to me though, to be honest, is devastating. It's completely opposite of what I've heard and I understand again about growth. This is a massive construction. And I get a little bit teary-eyed because the very, very tall 3-story apartments that people have already moved into, there is no view. So a lot of this talk of view and land and there's fox dens and this conservation land, again, I understand it's happening. But I think some people are being a little bit left out in terms of, well, how can we help with some of this impact to some of us that have already been there? And I think you need to think about Elk Hills Court. I feel like that, those people along Hillview, again, this is, so also this very tall apartment buildings we have, by the way, there's already standing water. Wildlife is already being impacted greatly. For me in my backyard specifically, that I can speak to wildlife and the impacts, I've had 2 deer hit just this year, and what happens is they come down and they end up in my yard, and then I'm responsible for them. With more traffic now, and as we know, this is a huge development. So with that much more traffic, I can only imagine some of the more impact that we're going to see for those of us and my neighbors. And I just wanted to mention, it said, you quoted maximizing views, but again, our views are gone now. So I just think that some of this is not necessarily benefiting those of us that are already there. For property, and again, earlier with the description, I think it mentioned the property owners that are going to benefit from the improvements, quote unquote. And again, I think this is actually quite detrimental for those of us that are on Elk Hills Court. I can only speak for myself at this point, but I plan on, again, putting in written responses from all my neighbors, and I'll submit all of that as well to the links that I have. Again, this is where, and you touched on this a little bit as well, but there's already garbage, accidents, wildlife, things that are coming into our yard. I am downhill. My house is right there on the west side of the high density. So we're downhill. So this is why, again, now that we're going to just have huge road noise, traffic, now my view is these homes. That's where I'm saying that for us, I feel like I would love to see money put towards us having a 6 to 8 foot. I know brick mortar, things that are very thick and very expensive help with road noise better, but something that's maybe more doable, like vinyl fencing, and that's maybe put into the side of our backyards. Something that would really help again with some of that. And now all those people and population that's walking right there as well. just thinking, again, about us and our property value. And then lastly, it just mentioned your quote earlier as well, was think of those on and off site. And so again, I just want to go back to that quote because I feel as though the Elk Hills Court Street could really be thought about as well. I think we haven't been, and this is already really affecting us. So I'm just asking you to take that into consideration. And again, as we know, looking into fences, it's easily a $10,000 thing anymore for something like that. So there's a lot of money that I know as homeowners, we can't necessarily afford to do that. And that's where I'm asking that some of that money be put into maybe thinking about us and possible privacy fences or screening plants and trees for us as well. And I would love any questions or comments as well if anyone has any. But I appreciate your time, so thank you.
The planning board will speak after public comment. We give our thoughts and opinions here.
Thank you. Oh, and sorry, no time's kind of a thing, but school is just, again, my heart. I've been a teacher for almost 20 years in this state and in Missoula. But it's just, again, also our schools putting this huge amount and this many homes all at once is going to be a massive impact to our already hurt school system. I mean, we've been following things that are going on in our district and MCPS. There will need to be, I promise, much more bus routes. I have a lot of kids who, again, are homeless, and I have a lot of kids with high needs. Their parents don't have cars. I have a lot of ELL, a lot of families that have come in from out of this state and are trying to get these opportunities to get their kids to school. Attendance is a huge issue. And so I just want to say, even with the Mountain Lion does have stops and pickups around different schools. They don't necessarily stop at the school. So I think you really need to kind of consider bus stops and maybe some of those things too, where getting on and off at Mountain Lion isn't necessarily going to get the kid to school because of what direction they're going and where they're going. So that's something that we've run into with some of our students.
Okay,
so I just
thank you.
encourage that too. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, anybody else wants to make public comment? Is anybody online that I'm not seeing here? Oh, okay,
I'll say something real quick.
sure,
This
go
is
ahead.
something that
Please introduce say your name for the record, please.
My name's Colin Rimo, Whitney's nephew and John's son. I think just to echo what everybody else has been saying about buffering, also applies to ranch land. Probably any rancher that has a subdivision built right up against his property isn't going to be stoked. We've had numerous fires in our gullies from kids across the street going down smoke in the trees. We've had neighborhood kids shoot our bull with a .22 through the hindquarters. So the effects are there. So just some extra thought into the buffering between our land for fire, where we rely on county fire response, not city, well, at least sheriff response, would be greatly appreciated as we go forward. So.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other public comment? I'll give it just a second here, see if anybody needs to, sometimes takes a little courage. It's not easy to stand up and speak sometimes. Anybody that I'm not seeing online? Okay. You can move it, I can't do that. See? Okay, all right. Oh, there we go, okay. Derek Peacock, you're still muted there, at least from what I can see.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please introduce yourself and try and keep it within 3 minutes.
I'm Derek Peacock. I own one of the properties to the east. And just, again, worry about Rymel Road and impact if you have increased traffic there on a road that's not always in great condition. And basically worried about that increased traffic that I think will invariably flow. I just want to make sure that the road is really only used for emergency traffic, ambulance, fire brigade, etc. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being here tonight and spending your time to be involved. Okay, anybody else here in house? All right. Not seeing anybody. We will go ahead and close public comment for this hearing, which brings us to a motion, my fellow board members. I'm getting a request for a quick break. How about we take a quick 5 here, folks? Yeah. Always a process. Five months. Okay, stand by here, folks. Just taking a couple notes. Okay, all right, we're re-adjourned here. And I think, Tara, if you could put your motions up, we could entertain a motion, and I think we've all gotten pretty good at this point, so we'll take the first big one. Unless anybody has a different suggestion, we'll do the subdivision first. Yeah, we can't have discussion until we make the motion. Could we get that recorded and transcription window off so we can read that top sentence? Awesome, thank you. All right, somebody's got to take a stab at it. It's always hard to get a motion. Nobody wants to read these long things. All right, Josh.
I'll take a stab at it. I move that the planning board recommend city council approve the adoption of an ordinance to rezone the subject property as shown and legally described in exhibits A and B from RM 1-35 residential multi-dwelling, RM 0.5 residential multi-dwelling, R8 residential, and B2-1 community business with a Hillview Heights overlay to RM 0.5 residential multi-dwelling, RM 1-35 residential multi-dwelling, and R5.4 residential, removing the Hillview Heights overlay from its entirety.
Great, thank you. Motion made by Josh. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Seconded by Rick. Okay, anybody want to lead us off here? Give you guys a second. I guess maybe just to clarify, for you, Danny, this is not the time to ask questions, have discussion with board members, and also at some point, we try and lay out our thoughts. And maybe you don't necessarily have to declare your vote unless you feel moved to, but we try and give staff idea of what we're thinking about.
I think I'll go first.
Go ahead, Rick.
I'd like to hear the applicant address or the county address closing access to the road, to Rimmel Road first. And then I also have some questions about the landscaping along the multi-use area. So I guess I go at question 1 first. I guess first question for the county is, can it be closed and or limited to only emergency vehicles?
So that was actually a discussion that we started with in the city today, and I can kind of let Troy touch on that a little bit more. I think from just the city standpoint on its own, I don't believe we would be able to close access since it is public right of way. I'm not sure if there would be further opportunity if, we were able to work with the county and come to some sort of agreement, but I'll let Troy touch more on that since it's part of the discussion we had earlier.
Yeah, hi, Troy Monroe, city engineer. Yes, Tara's correct that, we would have to find a means to close public access, and I just don't see that happening. I haven't heard of that happening anywhere. We've certainly had instances where you could close public access to a private road, but this is public right-of-way as far as the authority, which is the county surveyor. So we would not plan to have any means to close off access.
Well, I know the answer to
Actually, I'm sorry, but you have to hold your public comment for now.
comments. So can the HOA limit access, at least in the CCNRs?
Again, this would be a public right of way. It's not a private roadway, so the HOA wouldn't have those powers. It would have to be done publicly. And like Troy said, there's a possibility of something with the county, but those would have to be some further discussions, and the city wouldn't have the power to do that on its own.
Well, when I say through the HOA, I'm saying not close the road. I'm saying put in the CCNRs that the residents should access through the 2 entry points on Hillview.
Yeah, we definitely can add some language in like that. I think the hard part there and what we have discussed kind of at length is there's not really a way to make sure that happens. We don't really have, enforcement there. So it would just be language. And I think we're looking for something with maybe a little bit more teeth and something that we all know is a little bit more feasible, I guess. So that'd be our response.
How about the owner's response?
No, ma'am, the developers,
The developer.
or, sorry, I forgot your name. And reintroduce yourself, is it on?
Yeah, sorry, Zach Graham. Yeah, we're frankly not opposed to the closing of it and it being for emergency access, but it's really outside of our purview of our authority to do that, since it is public right of way.
It's not outside of the purview of the CCNR, so correct?
No, I guess I was going off of what was said that.
Right, I know you can't close the road. I'm just saying you can tell residents that they should not use it as an access road, that it's an emergency use only road. I mean,
We could, but we couldn't enforce it, yes.
CCN, people enforce putting your garbage cans out, so.
Right, it's just harder, yeah, it's one thing
Right.
to, when people see a travel trailer out in front of a house that's not supposed to be out in front of a house for 2 weeks and it's sitting still, it becomes more obvious than someone that takes a 30-second bypass. That gets hard to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Danny, go ahead.
Thanks. I guess I'm also concerned about this public access easement, Rymel Road to the east. I understand what Rick's getting at, enforcing the residents of this development through the CCNRs to only access from Hillview, but this is going to be public city-owned right-of-way. I don't know how you can deter the rest of the public from not accessing on a public-owned and maintained right-of-way. It's a weird situation here where the regulations say we need to connect, but then we have a public access owned by the county, not the city, and they appear to not be maintaining it, if I understand it. Well, I guess a question for maybe staff or Public Works and Mobility, what measures could be put in place to deter someone from using that county non-maintained road right now, which is public access? This is leading to a concern of like public health and safety on a road that's not maintained, but everyone has legal access to it.
Yeah, so this is Troy Monroe, city engineer. So, when we worked with them on the TIS, we looked at trying to determine, each home has about 4.5 trips, a total of 9 vehicle trips, but 4.5 to and froms. And where would those most likely go? And in all that experience, I was in the room at the time, most people, almost all people would choose a paved road over a gravel road. There aren't very many destinations that would be a reason for people to take Rymel Road. The Rymel within the subdivision is being designed for future development that occurs east of the development, not anything to do with current traffic on the road. So we don't see Rymel as a concern.
Okay, Lynn, and then I got Josh.
Okay, I just wanted to bring up ask the question of when this road will be built, because it's in the last phase, I think. So is this road not going to go in until 2035 or something?
I don't remember the dates. It's in phase 3, and
I thought that was a lot later, but maybe not.
there you go. 2030 is phase 3. Right? Am I getting that right? Phase 3?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, so we do have some time, I think, to sort it out. I realize everyone wants to get it sorted out now.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, kind of on the slide addressing some of that, staff is, I can't make any guarantees at this point, but staff is working really hard to figure out if there is some sort of a condition that we could put in to help out with this. No promises right now, but I'm going to try and do some facilitation, talking with the county too, to see if there is any possibility of closing that up. And we'll have a little bit more information for our land use planning and city council meeting. It's kind of a last minute request, so we're doing everything we can to try and figure out how to, mitigate some of this. But at this point, what Troy has said stands. But we're still going to have some conversations to see if maybe closing it or if there would be any other mitigation measures from here. So hope to see some of that by the next city council meeting. We'll give an update.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Lynn.
I just wonder if the county doesn't maintain it, the city doesn't maintain it, can the people that maintain it close it? The gate would be on their side of the property line. I mean, it doesn't make sense at all to me, the whole situation, obviously.
It's a public easement. I mean, they could try, but
they maintain. It makes no sense. Okay.
They're not in the better route, so
Sorry.
the fight wouldn't go as well. Okay, Josh, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just wanted to say that I'm leaning, towards supporting the proposal. The requested zoning aligns with the growth policy designations, and, meets the review criteria as far as I can tell. There are 6 variances, but the fact of the matter is that lots that have access to, city water and sewer, all the easy ones are gone, right? So we see the ones with some hair on them. And I think that the developers, done a good job to, in designing the property to try to mitigate some of those effects. The variances are in response to steep slopes and block length and, the sidewalk on one side of a collector street, but where there's not a sidewalk, they're putting in a trail. So I think, they've shown good faith. I also think that they've, engaged with the community and gotten their feedback and, tried to incorporate it. I am also concerned about the road, Rimo Road, especially that section east or west of Whitaker. That's my understanding. It's not being maintained. It's being maintained by the Rimos. And then having that have public access, I mean, are there any liability issues there associated with that? I mean, I can see how that could become problematic. So, but that aside, I think it's a well-designed project. It meets the growth policy, meets the review criteria, and I intend to support the motion for the rezone.
Great, thank you, Josh. Anybody else want to chime in before I take my turn here? Tara, go ahead.
Yeah, and I was just going to add that you guys are a recommending body too, so all of the notes from this meeting will go forward to City Council. So even if you go ahead and recommend approval of all of these, I can send along the notes of those concerns as well. So just to kind of keep the process going and to let everyone know that we do have the power to recommend approval, but let them know that we'd really like to see this addressed.
Great, thank you, Tara. Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it seems like, so the county won't maintain it because it's not improved to the point where they would even take maintenance or ownership over it. So it seems at the very least like within the, purview of creating the subdivision, even if this is, emergency access, that there should be an improvement of that section of Rimmel Road in order to connect to something that is improved already. I guess that being said, it seems like the better thing here to do is to negotiate with the Rimmels themselves and see what they want done with that and use the best judgment, because I'm not sure if they would even be in support of, an improvement to that portion of road that would then take on county or city maintenance, I suppose. I guess my question, so I do have a question. The common area associated with the multifamily residential, which is a requirement, typically I've seen that has slope restrictions associated with it. And it seems like, when we review a lot of these things, oftentimes like the common area is kind of leftover pieces of land. It's the stormwater retention ponds, steep slopes that you can't already build on, all that sort of stuff. And there used to be within the multifamily regulations that, and I'm not sure if this still exists, but Parks and Rec, does not allow that common area to be on slopes steeper than like 5% or something like that. So I guess the question is has Parks and Rec reviewed this in conjunction with the topo plan to assure that there is actually the proper percentage of, common area that meets those slope requirements. And I'm all for, steeper slopes and having that be, animal corridor and things like that. But it's, there's a couple of parts to this. Like there should be recreation land associated with the multifamily housing. And then I'm all for using some of the steeper slopes for, wildlife habitat and things like that. So I guess it's a long question, but as Parks and Rec reviewed the grades and the associated percentages of common space.
The short answer is yes. And in addition, all of the common area gets looked at the time of building permit. So when that comes in, it goes through all of our different departments. We've got a pretty big, let's see if I can move it over here and kind of show that. Probably the biggest common area is noted right here in phase 3. Sorry, Lucy, what was that?
I just wanted to clear up. There's common area and then there's activity area, and the common area is associated more with the subdivision. The activity area required with the multifamily. That they are following multifamily requirements for that. It has to be 3% or less in usable space, and so they have kind of Tara showed it earlier, that kind of terraced area along between the new Hillview/Rymel Road and Moose Can Gully, and it's kind of a series of flatter terraces to get that square footage they need. And then they're also allowed to count things like balconies, the pool area, the rec room, and then also trail corridors are also allowed under the multifamily requirements. And so it's kind of a mixture of all those things. But yes, they're meeting their 20% requirement for activity area for that multifamily. And then with the subdivision, it's kind of a whole set of different requirements. And so it's been a little complicated making sure that, they'll meet it at multifamily. And then also when it goes to subdivision and we accept it as a public park, it'll also meet public park requirements. So there'll be some additional things on top of activity area that they'll need to do to make it kind of meet public park standards.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else from other board members? Okay, all right. See if I can lay out some of my thoughts. I guess I'll just start with what is kind of the all too common speech I give these days. The first thing that I think everybody should keep in mind is that for the folks that are dealing with this development is that you're not alone in your concerns and the heartache and the challenges that you're being faced with. Almost every neighborhood in the city is facing these same issues, whether it's view shed, whether it's traffic, whether it's right-of-way impingements, agricultural land being impeded on, you name it. We're all sharing in this growing pains that we're experiencing. So I like to just try and let everybody know that there is a very common theme within these meetings and in front of city council these days, and this is it. And it's the challenges we face with all of this sudden enormous growth. And that, not that that makes it any better, it's just trying to give you something to relate to. Infrastructure is almost always behind our development. And that could be a long, long discussion of whys, but almost every subdivision is behind as far as developing out the infrastructure for it. Your guys' case and your road is going to be a prime example of that. I think the best thing I can say is that you got time on your side right now. And, it's a tough road to hoe. That's gonna get traffic, guaranteed. Like in my mind, I don't see how traffic won't go that way just because people do. It's just kind of what happens. Maybe it won't be a ton. And to be really clear, that piece of this puzzle is not part of our purview of decision-making. It's not within our guidelines to make a decision on that based around that road. City council is also going to fall within those guidelines. However, that does not mean you should not be talking to your city council representatives and to every other city council member about these issues. Particularly this Ryan Road thing is a huge problem. Like, I think there's no denying it. I think even the developers recognize it. Like, everybody recognizes it. It's just what we're going to do about it. And I would encourage you folks in the Elk View place, like, there's probably not a lot of help for you guys outside of your, like, HOA or whatever you have in your neighborhood. So get a hold of your city council members. I think Bob Campbell is up there. He's going to be an empathetic ear. And so with that, and looking at what we're voting on here, as far as the subdivision goes, this seems like a pretty well-developed idea, and is trying to put the best foot forward and make the best of what we're dealing with. I was curious about the 3 different zoning districts, and I was trying to remember, is that typical? Have we seen that as much in the past? And that doesn't have to be a lengthy answer. I can't remember seeing a subdivision broken up with different zoning, different districts. So I was kind of curious about that, if that's really odd or just, we don't see it that much.
No, it's definitely typical, especially for a subdivision of this size, and kind of something that one of the bigger reasonings here too is just seeing that we also have 2 different land use designations within it. So we're really trying to respond to kind of what's set out in the growth policy, since that's always kind of our main guiding document. But nope, not too weird. It's good to see that it's fairly simplified though, and pulled out in those 3 different chunks. So yeah.
Okay, great. And then I have another question around the stormwater collection system. After it goes into that stormwater pond, does that just settle? Where does that go from there? How does that work? Yeah, please go ahead.
So, yeah, just on a high level, I can, actually, I see somebody going up to the mic if you'd rather respond from the
Zach is
team.
coming up. Go ahead, Zach.
Zach,
Okay,
Zach
go ahead.
Graham again responding to that. So yeah, that's, it's a detention pond. We're purposefully not infiltrating, so that is essentially metered out at a very low rate to Moose Cangoli at pre-developed rates there.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, I think that is the majority of my questions that have not been already answered. I think in my process of going through these things, I am inclined to support this motion. I have developed a system basically at this point in my tenure on here of bright lines, of serious, significant, usually public safety is one of the biggest ones that stands out to me. And none of my bright lines have been met on this particular motion. So I think I'm going to be in support of this motion. And if any other board members want to speak, go ahead, Rick.
So, yeah, I think I'm inclined to support it because, number one, it's not significantly different than the existing zoning except for one part. The 125 foot versus 35, that's big, but I don't see that the proposal in front of us includes any 125 foot buildings. It does fit into the area with the exception of the apartments. And I just wanted to make a suggestion about that. One thing that we can't do is preserve views. but we can try to mitigate things for neighbors, and I wanted to suggest that in the landscaping plan, it looks like there are a lot of trees along Hillview, right until you get to Phase 1, which is where the apartments are. And it would certainly be nice if you could shield those apartments from the single-family residences and townhomes that are across the street with some sort of landscaping. I don't see it in the plan. I don't know if there's a reason why there isn't any there. It doesn't look like there's road access there. It looks like the road access is from the side. So maybe, you don't have to really address it, but that's just I just want to go on the record to say that you can mitigate some of the impact that those large apartments make. Both sides, I mean, because you've got single family and townhomes and then large buildings. But, generally, this seems to fit the existing zoning, the future land use. It's in an area that seems reasonable for growth. I also want to thank I hope I'm saying it right, Reimel? I want to thank Ms. Reimel for acknowledging that they're not opposed to it and they understand that we will have growth. That's clearly it's something that we need because housing costs are just astronomical. And I really like the fact that they're providing all types of housing in this as well. The only thing that would improve is they offered a few markets in there and some commercial uses, but it still does give people levels of affordability, and I'm happy to see that. So I'm in favor of this.
Great, thank you, Rick. Great suggestion. I second that. I think I will also I forgot one note I had here, and just, I guess, making a plug to staff that, we've got to look at this Hillview corridor coming down into the city. This is, I know you guys are well aware, but, just trying to get it on the record that we're, got subdivisions going up here and we've got lots of traffic heading down this hill. And we're going to have to figure something out, I think, anyway. Anybody else before we move to a vote? Planning board members? All right, I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, Annalisa, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, please. Yeah, let's bring the motions back up, please. Tara. Okay.
Roll call vote. Lynn Davis,
Yes.
Shay Morrissey,
Yes.
Josh Schroeder,
Yes.
Danny Oberweiser,
Yes.
Rick Hall,
Yes.
Sean McCoy.
Yes.
And it is unanimous, the motion passes.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving right along here. Guys want to take these one at a time?
I think we have to, don't we, variances?
We don't. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just gonna go for number 2, but if you want to try to take more than these, then that'd be fine too.
Yeah, let's just knock them out one at a time. It's clear.
I will recommend City Council approve a variance from City Subdivision Regulations Article 3, Section 3-020.5 to allow the construction of hammerhead turnaround in the street, local I.
I'll second it.
Great, motion made by Shane, seconded by Rick. comments from board members? Any questions? Go ahead, Shane.
I was just gonna try to keep my comments, per, variance here. So I'll just comment on this, one that I don't have a problem with the hammerhead, on this particular, street, and, I intend to support it, but I might have some further comments later on.
Great, thank you. Danny, go ahead.
Thanks, yeah, so this variance, I don't know if I'm really too concerned about it on, a practicality perspective or how it's actually gonna be used, but I'm curious if the connection is required to the east, and that's why we have a hammerhead here. I believe in the criteria for a variance request, it talks about there being no potentially alternative options here. If this local I went away and lots 181 through 186 were rotated 90 degrees, I think you don't lose any density and you don't need that hammerhead in that alternate scenario. Additionally, it seems to create through lots on 184 and 185, fronting the local I and Rimo. Perhaps maybe Tara can speak to that, or if the developer wants to speak to the reason why the hammerhead's there from a urban planning perspective. I'll let you guys decide who goes first.
Yeah, I'll let the developer talk about the actual design, but I do want to say that we are going through this variance today and we just caught that through lot issue, so we will be adding a condition of approval prior to city council that will require a no access strip along the portion of Rimo there where it's not to access from. So we are aware of that. We caught it last minute and that'll be going through to city council. So we are aware, but I'll pass it off to Cushing Terrell for the design portion.
Okay.
So, thank you, Tara. Zach Graham again.
Is your mic on?
Yes, well, it's green. Can you hear? Okay. Green means go. Okay. Yeah, really the design intent behind that was to avoid any lots that have direct access onto Rimo, which is going to be classified as a collector. And so that allowed us to configure those 6 lots so that they're not backing into that collector roadway, and that was the reason behind it.
Okay, anything else? All right. Any other thoughts, questions? All right, not seeing anything from anybody. I think the questions I've had have been addressed. I will probably be supporting this motion. And if I don't see anybody else jump in here, we're going to go ahead and move to a vote. Okay, am I missing anybody's hand? All right. Okay, go ahead and take us to a roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote. Lynn Davis,
Yes.
Shane Morrissey,
Yes.
Josh Schrader,
Yes.
Danny Oberweiser,
Yes.
Rick Hall,
Yes.
Sean McCoy.
Yes.
And it is unanimous. The motion passes.
Great, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. All right, who's up for number 3?
I'll take it. I move that we recommend the city council approve a variance from city subdivision regulations, Article 3, Section 3-030.2.a, parentheses 2, to allow a block length in excess of 480 feet in the street area of Local A.
I'll second.
Motion made by Rick, seconded by Shane. Any questions, comments? Fire away.
Could I maybe request Tara to kind of bring up the map so we can understand which one this pertains to?
Yes, absolutely. She's working on it. I was thinking the same thing.
So this is in green for this first one, mostly along local A there.
Anybody got any questions or comments? Now, go ahead, David.
I'll just say that I'm inclined to support this variance. One of I think the regs speak to topography being a reason for this variance request allowance. And I give the design team kudos for putting together a pretty unique, eloquent road network for this development, considering all the steep slopes out there. So I'm inclined to support this variance.
Great, thank you, Danny. Go ahead, Tara.
I also just wanted to mention for time's sake, I'm not sure if you guys are open to it, but if there aren't different discussions for each piece, you could take these motions all through together just to speed things up.
Okay, all right, we'll get through this one and then we'll revisit that. Let's see. I am also inclined to support this motion. I think to steal Josh's comments as we get to some of these more difficult subdivisions to lay out, we see a need for greater variances in order to come up with something that fits. So we've been seeing more of these. And this seems to be a good effort and a decent or a good design, so I will support it. Does anybody else want to weigh in before we call for a vote? All right, not seeing anybody. Can we get a vote, please? Roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Lynn Davis,
Yes.
Shay Morrissey,
Yes.
Josh Schrader,
Yes.
Danny Oberweiser,
Yes.
Rick Hall,
Yes.
Sean McCoy.
Yes.
And it is unanimous. The motion passes.
Great, thank you.
Good with all these.
Okay.
I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, I think Rick's does anybody have any objections to bundling 3, 4, 5, and 6? I think we'll leave the plat map separately. Throw up
Well,
a
let's just
hand.
go for the, okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, seeing no objections. Run with it, Rick.
Okay, so the next one would be local D, E, and G, correct? Oh, don't have it in front of me.
Number 3 right here, recommend Article 3.
Yep.
Yep, D, E, and G, sorry.
I move that we recommend the city council approve a variance of city subdivision regulations, Article 3, Section 3-030.2.a, parentheses 2, to allow block length in excess of 480 feet in the areas of street Local B, East-West, Local D, Local E, and Local G. I move that we recommend the city council approve a variance of city subdivision regulations, Article 3. I should say ditto or something like that. Section 3-030.2.a, parentheses 2, to allow a block length in excess of 480 feet in the areas of street Local B, North, South, and Local C. I move that we recommend the city council approve a variance from city subdivision regulations, Article 3, Section 3-020.2.b, to allow approximately 450 linear feet of Rymel Road to be constructed with a sidewalk on only the north side of the street. And I move that we recommend the city council approve a variance City Subdivision Regulations, Article 3, Section 3-030.1.c, parentheses 3, to allow proposed Phase 2 lots 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 to be accessed via the alley and common area.
Great, thank you, Rick. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Danny. Okay. During discussion, Lynn, go ahead. And maybe if you're talking about a particular variance, just try and identify what it is you're getting at.
Okay, I believe it's variance 3.
Local D, E, and G.
D and B. Okay, so I don't know if you want
Do you want me to pull that back up?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
paragraph.
yes, please. So what my question really is it looks like local H could connect through across local D and connect to local B and local A. And I just wonder why that wasn't done, because it looks like it would fit fine.
I'm going to ask the developer to answer that one, just since it's pretty specific.
Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, Zach Graham again, and just so I'm clear, that's the one going straight north there through those, to make sure I'm answering
Yeah,
the
so you
correct one.
could go straight north on local A, is that? Up to local H, or just connect it?
Got it, yeah, okay. Yeah, just, I mean, generally, again, from a topographic standpoint, it's hard to look at in just flat, but as we're going there, there's that trail going through. We're looking at that as being a trail, but also a grade break between those lots. And so bringing a road through there, really, just from a grading standpoint, it causes problems. Sorry, I know I'm not describing it well right now, but yeah, it comes down to the topography, and I don't think we have a grading plan to show you right now, but.
That's
No,
okay.
that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I would show everybody my Onyx, but I looked at it for the first time I've needed to pull that up in a meeting. It's kind of fun. Okay, anything else from board members about one of these? Go ahead, Shane.
I think my comment is, and I've already kind of made it, but it's related to number 5, I believe, the connections, associated, I mean, it doesn't actually really apply here, but I would recommend that somebody look into extending, local H and the road directly to the west of it. Those connections to the north meet the width of the right-of-ways that they're connecting to. That makes any sense. So local H is a 61-foot right-of-way. Feel like the common area directly to the north of it should also be 61 feet. And then the street that's kind of covered up right now with the block length variance location text, that's a 70-foot right-of-way. I would recommend that the common area directly to the north of it match that 70-foot right-of-way. And then on number 7, I did have a question. Number 7 is the alley access. It appears as if the alley is connecting to Hillview. Or maybe it's not.
Are you talking right here next to lot 22?
Correct.
No, it is not right there.
Okay, so it's just being cut off. Is there any reason why it's not I guess you would run into a whole host of problems if it was a road, in that you'd have the 2 frontages through properties and all sorts of stuff if that was actually constructed as a road. Not to mention the fact it take up a lot more area.
Yeah, I believe that was an issue having to do with access to Hillview there and not wanting to see it, but, I don't know if either the applicant or Troy wants to address that one too. I don't know if it's that big of a deal to you either, Shane, but, if somebody has a response.
Would you like to address it there, Zach?
Yeah, you bet. Zach, again, that's exactly it, just the distance between the adjacent, was that Clearview Way to the south isn't far enough, and then there's also fairly significant grade coming off the end of that once you look at how we're planning on grading those townhome lots as well to be able to get onto Hillview.
Okay, great, thank you. Anything else, Shane?
No, I think I'm good. I intend to support all of these.
Okay. I think I'll just double up with supporting Shane's suggestions. I think it's primarily that where a local F comes up, those two are a little different. Maybe it can work, maybe it can't. Leave that up to the engineers. Anybody else got anything before we go to a vote? Okay, not seeing anything. Go ahead, please.
Roll call vote. Lynn Davis,
Yes.
Shane Morrissey,
Yes.
Josh Rader,
Yes.
Danny Oberweiser,
Yes.
Rick Hall,
Yes.
Sean McCoy.
Yes.
And it is unanimous, the motion passes.
Great, thank you. Okay, and that brings us to our last one.
I'll give it a shot. I move that we recommend the city council approve the Wildroot Phase Subdivision Preliminary Plat application, subject to the recommended conditions of approval, based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law in the staff report.
Great, thank you. Motion by Rick. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Shane. All right, anybody want to jump in, lead us out? Go ahead, Lynn.
Hi, so I'm looking to approve the subdivision, but I wondered if we wanted to add a condition, which would be to match, the streets that, Shane was referring to. So that would be F, so that the common area matches the width as a condition. So putting that to the group. I don't know if I need to word that better.
Probably not for the moment.
Okay.
Go ahead, Shane.
I don't know if you're looking for feedback here, Lynn, but I guess I was just going to leave it as a recommendation that engineers look at it, and I would hope that city council review the notes and the discussion. So I was just going to kind of leave it at that. So as to not further condition our 48 conditions or whatever we have. But it's up to you if you want to. We probably have to figure out the procedural way to do that, but totally up to you.
Go ahead, Danny.
And just a quick comment
Okay.
from staff on that one.
Sure.
I just want to mention that we don't really have anything in our subdivision regulations that would be able to require that. Just that, they meet our standards in general, not that they're the same size. So, I think Shane's idea of a recommendation might be the better approach, just since we don't have anything to directly reference in the subdivision regulations. So just a comment.
Great, thank you, Tara. Yeah, going to be my question is whether or not we could actually. Go ahead, Danny.
I'm not sure if I have anything more to add after Tara kind of made that point. I would concur with handling the way Shane proposed it, local F, the 70-foot right of way, is kind of serving this development, and we don't know what's going to happen to the north. It may not require a 70-foot connection to match. Could be just a local urban collector local street at 60 feet and still adequately suffice the needs. So that's all I have. I guess while I have the mic, I'm intending to support this subdivision. You know, I think they've addressed all the primary review criteria that, you know, city council is going to have to make their decision based on. I think Mr. Wilson said it pretty articulately that, you know, it meets the goals and objectives of the city, substantially complies with the growth policies. The rezone matches substantially with the existing zoning as well as the land use element. So I intend to support the subdivision.
Great, thank you. Let's see. I got Josh, then Shane.
Yeah, I agree with the comments from the fellow board members. I just also add that the subdivision provides a significant number of new housing units, right? And it's a mix of single-family, townhomes, and multifamily. And I think that, you know, this variety addresses a growing demand for, you know, more diverse housing options in this area. Hopefully help alleviate some of the shortages. And another thing that I think that they did well in the developer presentation, they talked about both internal and external factors that impacted or influenced design. And I think the project incorporates some longer term planning, and, you know, they've worked to ensure that the subdivision forms part of a broader vision for the area's development. And I think it's a logical, well-planned urban expansion, right? I mean, I like seeing these projects where we can connect to existing city water, sewer. You know, sometimes they come with some variances, but, you know, I'm okay with that. Where I get a little frustrated is when we see greenfield development that we're not connecting to existing infrastructure and they're asking for variances. So this checks the boxes, and I think that it's, you know, a well-planned urban expansion and is considering infrastructure and growth needs for Missoula. So I'll support it.
Great, thank you, Josh. Well said. Shane, you're up.
I think I intend to support this also. A few more comments. Do appreciate the developer starting a dialogue with the Rimmels. So I hope that continues, and I hope that there is some progress before this goes to city council, so that there is some tangible agreement before it goes to city council that gives everybody a little bit more confidence that this is going to be an actual public benefit to the neighborhood. And I guess I would encourage the developer to talk to Megan and her neighbors across the road and make sure that it's not just one neighbor here. There's lots of neighbors, and this is impacting an entire neighborhood. And I do appreciate folks coming out, and I hope it does open up a dialogue on what the impact of this is on existing folks that live up here. And hopefully there can be similar consensus building for other folks that might not have been considered prior to tonight. So with that, I do intend to support it, but would just recommend that these conversations continue with some urgency so that everybody feels quite a bit better about it come city council time. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Shane. Got some eloquence going on here tonight. Okay, anybody else need to comment? Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to echo what everyone said and also point out that, comment was made earlier that all reasonably minded people would take Hillview. It's the unreasonably minded people that see a gravel road and go, I wonder if we can go party down there, that you need to be concerned about. So I think that there is a dialogue going. And again, I want to reiterate that a lot can be done with landscaping to buffer multifamily units from single-family residences and to the benefit of everybody in the neighborhood. So I'm going to support this. I really like the mix of properties, and I think it's kind of exactly what we need.
Great, thank you, Rick. I think I've already commented. I'm going to support this, and there's been a lot of really good statements on why I think it's good. So we're just going to, unless we got somebody, let's go ahead and move to a vote, please, Annalisa.
Roll call vote. Lynn Davis,
Yes.
Shane Morrissey,
Yes.
Josh Schrader,
Yes.
Danny Oberweiser,
Yes.
Rick Hall,
Yes.
Sean McCoy.
Aye.
And it is unanimous. The motion passes.
Great, thank you. All right. Yeah, you got to get really close to these mics. Okay, so that concludes our first review, public hearing for tonight, excuse me. Thank you for everybody that came out. Appreciate everybody's time and energy. I know it's difficult to get out and be places and attend these things. They take a lot of time. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Tara, I forgot to ask you about, we can deal with this. An email, the next meeting on this subdivision is in front of the Land Use and Planning Committee, and that is, do you have a
That is
time?
on August 28th, and we do not have a time yet. That is normally released, I believe the Friday before for our committee dates. But I think it's going to be earlier in the day because I've actually requested that already, that it's not too late in the day. So that'll come out the Friday before, I believe. And then the final decision is on September 9th in front of City Council that Monday night.
Okay, so that next meeting is August 20th, and ideally it'll be earlier in the day.
August 28th.
Oh, sorry, 28th. My pen ran dead on me here. So August 28th is that meeting. The time is still not set. So
Yep.
there are, if you go to the city website, you can go to, there's a, right on the top banner, it says meetings, and you can click on I have another one, thank you. You can click on meetings and it'll bring up a little calendar and you can click on their agenda. You're welcome. Okay, my apologies, folks. I forgot a direct question. Okay, that brings us to our next public hearing for tonight, which is Creighton Subdivision. We have Tim Worley, Senior Planner for Planning, Development, and Sustainability with the City of Missoula, presenting to us today. Tim, oh, there you are, Tim. Take it away.
Thank you. For the record, Tim Worley with Planning, Development, and Sustainability. We are here to discuss Creighton Subdivision in Target Range / Orchard Homes, which is a proposal from Creighton Appraisal, represented by Ken Jenkins of Montana Northwest Company, for 8 residential lots and 1 utility lot. Just a little bit of history, which I'll go into more depth in just a little bit. This project dates back a couple of years. It went to Planning Board on July 19th, 2022, and the Board of County Commissioners heard it on, I believe it was August 4th of that same year. The record essentially has been kept open from that point to today with the introduction of new information. The subdivision is located at the corner of 3rd and Clements, and again in target range. Just put a bead on it there. This is a zoomed in image of the property. There are actually 3 radio towers on the property that have since been removed. We're talking again about 8 residential lots and 1 utility lot served by a cul-de-sac road. There will be 4.56 acres of common area. The growth policy recommends a density in this area of 2 homes per acre. That's out of the 2019 land use element. The 2010 target range plan recommends a lesser density, actually of 1 home per acre. The density of this project ends up being about 1.2, or 1 dwelling per 1.2 acres gross density. The zoning, which actually predates the current zoning because this is essentially a grandfathered in project because it's basically 2+ years old. The zoning was CRR2, which amounts to 2 dwelling units per acre. And again, the application was submitted before the new zoning regulations. Creighton Avenue is the cul-de-sac road that's proposed to provide access to the subdivision. There is a variance required to allow for access from Clements, which is the road of greater classification rather than Walker Drive, which is the road immediately to the south. Staff supports this access because Public Works felt it was a safe access point. There's a little bit of a question of having it so close to the big curve there at 3rd and Clements, but Public Works was supportive of this access point. There's a second variance needed because there's no through connection provided to the south to Walker Drive, which is required by our subdivision regulations. Staff does recommend denial of this variance, and if that variance got denied, the connection would have to be punched through to Walker Drive, which actually is a public road. Now, the big issue with this project going back a couple years is the issue of channel migration. This subdivision butts up against the southernmost channel of the Clark Fork River. And what we've referenced particularly is the channel migration zone study that was basically facilitated by the Water Quality District of Missoula County. It was put together by DTM Consulting and Karen Boyd of Applied Geomorphology. It's not been adopted by the county, but we feel it's essentially best available science. The river portion of the property in question is in what's called the historic migration zone, and that's what you see in blue. Much of the landward portion of the property is in what's called the erosion hazard area, or EHA. That's that orange colored area. Just to give a definition of the erosion hazard area, it's the erosion buffer area, the distance between an active stream bank where a river is likely to erode based on historic rates of movement. The erosion hazard area of the CMZ, or channel migration zone, is generated by applying the erosion buffer width to the active channel bank line. And what it amounts to in this location is about a 580-foot width. Some comments from a couple years ago from the Water Quality District. It commented that 7 of the 10 lots are anticipated to be subject to extensive erosion based on this 580-foot erosion hazard area width. Some of the lots could be fully lost to channel migration. Part of our concern wasn't only what the CMZ study indicated, it's some of the downstream examples we've seen of erosion adjacent to the south bank of the Clark Fork River, particularly immediately downstream at 719 Walker. And the portion of the property that shows a little bit of erosion for Creighton Subdivision is right here. This is a graphic that we put together a couple years ago that shows between 2014 and 2022 some fairly dramatic riverbank erosion. If you compare the 2014 slide to 2022 and how much ground has been lost in that period of time. So as far as mitigation of impacts are concerned, going back a couple years into the original application, the applicant acknowledges that hardening solutions for the eroding riverbank, such as riprap, will have a negative impact on other properties. And plus, riprap is prohibited by the floodplain regulations. The presence of existing homes in the erosion hazard area might call for a comprehensive solution, but we're not aware of a comprehensive solution that would work for the entire neighborhood, because you can't have a hardened solution for multiple properties based on the floodplain regulations. So the options really left to you include things like protective setbacks and notification to future home buyers. So getting back to what we talked about with the previous subdivision, one of the state law criteria include mitigation of impacts to public health and safety. Staff's conclusion a couple years ago was that impacts were not mitigated, particularly on the public health and safety front because of this channel migration issue. And staff's original recommendation was for subdivision denial at that time. So what the applicant requested at the original August 4th, 2022 commissioner hearing was a 2-month delay, which allowed for time to gather information about the specific erosion hazard on this property. So the commissioners took or were instructed to take public comment and continue the hearing to October 6th of that same year. And other continued hearings included December 8th, 2022, April 27th, 2023, and June 22nd, 2023. And on June 22nd of 2023, the county commissioners reviewed a completed geotechnical analysis that the applicant provided. The commissioners deemed this new information to be relevant and credible, which per state law was something that they needed to do considering new information was introduced into the public record for a subdivision. So basically, staff and Montana Northwest agreed to return to the public hearing process, and that's why we're here tonight with the geotechnical analysis. And the geotechnical analysis does have present an opportunity to inform the decision about channel migration and its impact on the subdivision. And I guess the big question to be answered is, can the erosion hazard area be reduced from 580 feet to 200 feet? And I would encourage you to take a look at the staff memo for updates in findings and also the geotechnical analysis documents in question. So the issue is, again, the erosion hazard area buffer is about a 580-foot width. It's this orange area here. This red dot is where the subdivision is. The big question is, can this be reduced to about 200 feet? This is a provision that was allowed for in the CMZ study if the materials in this area were like a hardened terrace type of material that could be demonstrated through an on-site analysis. So the conclusions of the geotechnical analysis was that mature terrace materials do characterize the subdivision property. The materials are less erodible than more recently deposited alluvial materials. And the soils on the property, the Grantsdale silt loam soils, corroborate the mature terrace conclusion. And a mature terrace would argue for a reduced EHA width from 580 feet to 200 feet. So again, this is what we're talking about. We're potentially reducing the erosion hazard area from this full 580-foot width to a 200-foot width, which would impact less of the subdivision area. So if we zoom in a little bit, this is a graphic provided by representatives of the developer. The 200-foot width would eliminate, this is the 580-foot extent right here. that would be slimmed down to this dashed line right here. Staff concluded that an independent verification of the geotechnical analysis was appropriate. And again, I would refer you to the staff memo for our findings on that. So we contracted with a company that conducts geotechnical analyses, and that was Tetra Tech in particular. They agreed with the alluvial terrace conclusion that All West arrived at with the original geotechnical analysis. But they also stated that riverbank erodibility and channel hydraulics need to be considered. Essentially, their conclusion, and I'm kind of fast forwarding through without going into great detail what their conclusions were, but lacking riverbank erodibility and channel hydraulics information, the conservative yet prudent approach is to retain the 580-foot erosion hazard area. So staff would not alter our original recommendation for subdivision denial as a result of that. We did do a more recent agency comment to see if we could hear anything different regarding the subdivision, and we did hear from a handful of agencies and departments. And these are just summaries, and these are available as part of the record if you want to dig in a little bit more deeply. The Water Quality District agrees with Tetra Tech's conclusions and that reducing the erosion hazard area buffer width is too risky. Environmental Health concluded that sanitation review may continue without a new application. So the original application for the subdivision, I believe, with some alteration could continue. They did mention, however, that shallow groundwater and channel migration present development risk and uncertainty. And again, as I mentioned earlier on in the presentation, Public Works reinforced the fact that they support the proposed access location for the cul-de-sac road, and they didn't have any particular comment on the channel migration issue. The Conservation District commented more recently within the last day or so that even a 200-foot channel migration consideration results in no riparian setback for Lot 7, which is the northwesternmost lot, and that this lot remains vulnerable to channel migration. Just some public comments that we received. Most of these were on Missoula County Voice. There's ongoing concern about the blind curve, which consists of Clements and Third. In the winter, we heard that cars tend to slide off the road when the conditions are slick, and there's been some fences that have been taken out as a result. We've heard that Walker Drive is a decent access to the south, and we had some residents encourage access to Walker. The cul-de-sac, when constructed, might conflict with Clements. There's a non-motorized path along the west side of Clements, and that there might be a conflict between motorists and pedestrians as a result. We heard that shallow groundwater in the area impacts crawl spaces. We even heard that from folks across Clements on the east side there. We heard that this will impact wildlife and the local bird population. One resident asked the question, will herbicides be used in the common area? Will the public have access to that common area? So here are our recommended motions. They remain the same from the original planning board presentation. And that concludes my presentation, and I'll be available if you have any questions.
Yeah, just 1 second. I'll bring you up here. Or come on up. I'll just, thank you, Tim, and my apologies. I said you were from the city for some reason.
No problem.
Okay, all right. We have I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name.
Brian Throckmorton with 406 Engineering.
That's right, Brian, with 406. Go ahead, Brian.
Let's see here. I think I need to be made a presenter.
Oh, okay. Stand by.
Okay, so, yeah, not to belabor anything else about the subdivision, I guess, our big talking point is gonna be the channel migration study. So I want to give definitely a lot more history on that, the steps that we've taken, and then also have All West talk a little bit as well in the middle of this to kind of dispute a little bit of what we've seen in the past. So just kind of looking at the subdivision itself. Let's try and go to presentation mode here. Tim showed the property location, but one thing I do want to point out, I know that the channel migration study is in effect, but if you can see, this property is in the middle of a lot of other houses. So it's kind of a blank spot in amongst a lot of other houses. So this isn't, we're not just putting this out on an island in the middle of nowhere where we have to take care of a problem that we're creating. So the way this channel migration study works, they review large chunks of the river, and in those big chunks, they put overarching, estimates on reaches of river, miles of river. So, looking at this example is Reach 6. It's almost 5 miles long, and basically through that whole section, you're saying the average property within a 5 mile stretch, and we all know 5 miles is a long walk and change, should be 580 feet. So they do this in multiple areas. The channel migration study was basically the Bitterroot River and the Clark Fork River through Missoula County in essence. So just want, that's a big part. That's the 580 feet isn't site specific. It is this big overarching, look at an area and the averages that creates, not just a small area. But, with that, the study recognizes that. So when you look up in the upper corner, there's a note in the study that talks about this is reach-related data, not site-specific, and that really, if you want to look at site-specific, we need to look at more data for that and what that really is. So, we took that and there are other examples. One example I showed here is, this is, you guys saw this recently with the Spire subdivision, but in East Missoula, there's a 300-foot channel migration buffer on that river. But if you look at these two pictures, that river hasn't moved since 1955. But yet the overarching reach, that's a 10-mile section that they added a 300-foot buffer to when that truly isn't needed through there, because the study recognizes the ability to go look at site-specific data and run on that data in conjunction with the CMZ study itself. So one part that they called out specifically that Tim did highlight was this 200-foot terrace buffer. So the study took the time to actually look at, what specifically in this area could happen and what does that really mean? And they listed the 200-foot buffer. So, when you read what they said on that is, it's older, so it's mature, so it has a different erosion than the rest of the area that they studied, but they lack sufficient measurements into the terrace materials to really understand that and site-specific erosion in that area. So what we really looked at doing was, okay, so the study already sets that up. Can we go find the site-specific information on the material that's requested in the study, as well as, rates of erosion that we need to determine is 200 foot necessary. So we reached out to All West, and I got Scott on the line, so if I quit sharing, Scott would like to then step in and he can show you guys site-specifically what we came up with to basically address this part of the CMZ.
Can you make Scott Marshall? Okay, thank you.
There, I think I'm bringing it up now. Do you guys see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank
So I'm Scott Marshall. I'm with All West Testing. I'm an engineering geologist and part-time geomorphologist. And what I wanted to do is just kind of review and show you specifically the geotechnical work that we did on the Creighton Subdivision site. So what we did specifically was we did an actual field investigation. You know, a lot of these studies are done with existing data and don't really, get down and look specifically at the soils and the soil subsurface. So we dug 7 test pits on the site so we could look at and get a better understanding of the soils. And specifically, we were targeting whether these are mature terrace deposits, right? So to do that, I wanted to just show you a few pictures of the actual test pits so you can get a handle on what we were looking at in the study that we performed. So this is a quick picture of test pit number 1. And these soils are gravel soils. And as part of our investigation, we did density testing. So we actually pulled a sample of this material and ran a proctor on it. So that would be its maximum density it could achieve. And we do that so we can compare additional readings on the soil to see what its density is, how compact it is, how resistant it would be to erosion. And in this case, a lot of these soils were determined to be at between 80 and 85% of their maximum compaction. In addition to that, we look at other features in the soil. This is actually test pit 5, and it shows these gravel soils below and then some finer grained soils above. What's interesting here is that we have a caliche layer formed, which is a cementing of the soil. When the soil is cemented, it is much more resistant to erosion. Okay, so, and then a couple more pictures here. Same thing, test pit 6. Again, gravel soils, but it's holding a fairly good sidewall, which means it's a tight soil, again, with a relative low erodibility. Another test pit 3 that I believe is more central on the project, same kind of thing. These caliche layers have developed within the soil, which give it a cementing and again, a low erodibility. So through the test pits, through our initial investigation, the indicators of an older mature terrace deposit from the test pits are nuclear density testing of the in situ soil in the test pits indicate compaction of between 80 and 95%. So for you guys out there in comparison, when we're actually building roads or anything, all we're ever looking for is 95%. So it's actually pretty dense soil and would definitely be classified as a mature terrace deposit. And then the localized caliche deposits are cementing, again, holding the soils together better than just the local riverbank deposits. And then the side walls of the test pit holds up a vertical as well. So these actual physical investigation of test pits is coupled with, the NRCS soils mapping, which this is a quick little map you pull up on the web, and it shows the Grantsdale loam over in this area of the project, and then more recent riverbank deposits over here. And so this is definitely supporting information to what we found in the test pits. And this is actually a breakdown from the soil survey, and where it states right here, the setting is stream terrace deposits, again, supporting data. So the next thing we did out there, and I did this a little bit later after the Tetra Tech review, is I went out and was specifically looked at the erosion of the bank most adjacent to the site. So what I did is I looked at a longer period of time. Everybody's been looking at a fairly short period of time, and I think it's important to look at as long a period as you can to get good averages of erosion. So I pulled up this Google Earth image, which we can see clearly. This is the riverbank's position in 2002, and then pulled up the 2023 aerial photograph, and you can see the riverbank position in 23. The distance between those two is 36 feet over a 21-year period, which comes out to just 1.7 feet per year. And that 1.7 feet per year over 100 years is only 170 feet of bank erosion if it was realized. So my argument there is that's well under the requested 200-foot setback, and that would actually last 125 years. You know, again, if that erosion was actually realized. So sort of in conclusion here, all west, we presented definitive data. We actually collected physical data, observations, arguments, and conclusions that the Creighton Subdivision site is a mature terrace deposit and landform. Erosion rates determined at the closest active stream bank support the 200-foot setback. These data fulfill the suggested 200-foot buffer in Reach 6 terrace of the EHA buffer as indicated in Figure 45, which Brian presented, and in Section 4.7, geologic controls and mitigation of migration rate in the CMZ report. So our assertion is the subdivision should be approved. So that concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Scott. I'm going to take back over if I can. So, you know, that looking at the two things that in the CMZ that are requested to reduce the 200-foot, that's what All West went out and concluded that we are, the 200-foot buffer should be used because now we have the information that they lacked previously, at least for our site. Just like when we looked before, the notes on the site-specific call out that is more overriding than the reach data that would be for the entire, you know, almost 5 miles of the CMZ. So just wanted to show, I think Tim showed this before, kind of the effects, what that looked like on the subdivision. Again, the dotted line would be our 200-foot buffer. We would make sure we had everything on the other side of that, leaving a clear area to the river, setting back 200 feet. So I want to talk a little bit more. This has a lot of information on the slide, but I went a little further than what Scott did. This is 1972. So this is the river image from 1972. The blue line that you can see here is the overlay from the CMZ channel study. So it's a digitized overlay of where the rivers actually moved on a 1971 photo. So the red dotted line, to help, because it's a black and white photo and there's lines, the red dotted line just follows the 1971 or 1972 riverbank, gives you just so you can generally see what that looks like. So when you look at, you know, on the edge of the property, when you look at the red dotted compared to where the property is, since 1972, we've moved 97 feet. So, you know, that's not 2 feet a year. And when you look at this channel migration study, that 580 feet is what they say the river will move over 100 years. So that's the idea. All these data is basically on a 100-year time frame. So that's what the channel migration says. One thing else that I really want to point out that is interesting about this is if you can see this big black dash line, that's kind of the area that the active river channel comes in. So even from 1971, you can see as I trace this, that's the active river channel. This river channel doesn't even flow. It doesn't flow to this day. You can see in 2019, it ended right there. But the 580 feet is off of a river channel that doesn't even flow. So when you take into account how much the river has moved off of the non-active channel that affects the vast majority of the subdivision, it's 12 feet since 1972. So when we start looking at the site specifics, the 580 feet really shouldn't apply to the majority of the subdivision. The 200 feet is a much more comprehensive line that should be used, especially when you look at where the active river channel is and where the 580 feet should have been off of that, not off of a channel that is basically dead water right now. So, kind of the last thing I wanted to point out is, we've gone over all this. So what does this really mean? I wanted to show on this slide the houses that are within even 200 feet, but especially within 580 feet of the river. So if we did nothing for this entire area, even if you did the 200 feet and you did nothing, you're going to say 12 houses are going to wash away in the river. That is one of those things. And I can't imagine we're going to do that. If the 200 feet is wrong and the 580 feet is right, then we're going to be 39 houses in this area that will just wash away to the river. And as we talked about before, Tim's right. You can't just mitigate one house, because what happens is you just push it down to your neighbors. So if you hard rock, and we see this in a lot of satellite photos, if you hard rock just your river frontage, you basically start to create a peninsula around yourself. There's eddies that create on both sides. So if we're truly going to actually not let all these neighbors and let this neighborhood wash away, at some point, we got to step in and we got to mitigate, one, or if you're going to do one, we need to mitigate all the houses. Now, I think we're going to set ours far enough back, and we've showed enough data that even without mitigation, we're fine. But again, at some point, these houses, I don't think we're going to let them wash away. So that's for mine. I think Ken is going to come up and talk a little bit more, but I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have on the end, and I think Scott will stay on the line as well, so.
Great, thank you, Brian.
I'll stay here. Yeah, I'll stay here.
All right, just introduce yourself for the record, please.
For the record, Ken Jenkins with Montana Northwest Company. I just want to hit on a couple of more general topics here. This is a very technical question that we're trying to figure out here. The study that our clients commissioned did the field work. Field work that was suggested in the CMZ study, by the way. And we found the terraced material. And essentially, we did what the study says you need to do to reduce that buffer to 200 feet. The answer is very black and white. And yet, the county is essentially rejecting that study. The Tetra Tech study did no field work and throws in a hypothetical, what if the channels change? I think that I want to say a few things about the study itself. The study was done under the false premise that there's not already a city of Missoula here. The study was done as if over time, over 100 years, over 1,000 years, there would be no human intervention whatsoever. As Brian just pointed out, this property that the subdivision sits on is surrounded upstream and downstream by existing subdivisions and existing homes. And this is the United States of America. We don't sit back for 100 years and watch cities wash down a river. That just doesn't happen. And so what you get with a study that was purposely commissioned as if there's not a city here is also a false premise of a hazard that would be allowed to happen. I don't think that you're going to allow the west end of Third Street and the north end of Clements for several hundred feet to wash down the river. Those are very important county access roads to a lot of our town. And existing homes on either side. Mitigation would happen. And probably in, what we're talking about here, Missoula County would no longer be in charge. It would be FEMA and the Corps of Engineers, and they would fix this. So I just think the application of this study that was never intended to be a regulatory document, even after we've proven that using the guidelines in the study, our subdivision is fine. It just seems like we're taking what would have been a beautiful subdivision until the CMZ came out halfway through the process and nixing the entire property just doesn't seem like the right thing to do. I would also say, in the interest of public health and safety, we see highways widened, public infrastructure projects. In no case, though, take highway widening. It happens all the time in the interest of public health and safety, in the interest of reducing hazards. There is the condemnation process, at least. The landowners at least get market value for what they're forced to give up. Missoula County implementing this study is taking the entire property that was proposed for this subdivision and rendering it worthless without any compensation whatsoever in the name of public health and safety. I don't think that's right. We are also denying a subdivision under the premise that this problem could not be mitigated, and that absolutely is not true. The problem with mitigation, physical mitigation on the ground, if the channel were ever to migrate into the residential part of this property, the mitigation of one single property or one little stretch of the river causes problems elsewhere. But the problem that would be caused elsewhere also is going to take out a bunch of other houses. So it would be a more neighborhood or global solution to the problem. Our client is willing to waive the right to protest an RSID specifically geared toward as needed for riverbank stabilization. We don't think that will ever happen, but they are willing to waive the right to protest so that these lot owners, along with the rest of the neighborhood, and probably along with some help from government expertise, would be willing to step up and do their part if it became a problem. I really think that's about all I have. I think implementation, there's a lot of flaws in this study. There's a 300-foot setback all the way through downtown Missoula. There's a 300-foot setback out through East Missoula in a channel that hasn't moved 1 inch in the last, probably since the ice dam broke. So to apply that to this one little piece of property, 580 foot, with no compensation whatsoever to the landowners, it's an improper use of a flawed study. Thank you.
Great, thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments and your time here tonight. Okay. Stand by. Where are we at? Do we have anybody else coming up? I think you're good, Brian. You guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you guys have questions.
Yeah, we'll get to that round. I I think there's a need for another quick 5-minute recess here, just to hit the bathroom here real quick. So we're going to take just a quick recess, maybe under 5 if we can get everybody back here in time. And then we'll jump into, if board members have anything, if not, we'll get into public comment. Rick's calling it an old guy break.
You're doing better than I am.
All right, I got a dead battery here. Okay, is, everybody ready to come back? Yeah. Sorry. Okay, looks like we're seeing everybody. We're gonna re-adjourn. I believe Ken, did you want to make a final, or Ryan had a final quick comment there? And then I think we'll move to public comment unless you guys have something burning to ask board members.
The one last thing I guess we wanted to point out is, we realized last time the variance for the cul-de-sac is going to be denied. So we've already redrawn, but one thing Tim did ask so that we kept everything the same because it was a continuation. So you're going to probably have to vote on the variance for the cul-de-sac, but that's not a big deal. And it actually doesn't change the lot layout at all. So you can see, our civil plans that connecting down to Walker Drive is something that we've already drawn up and are pretty good with. So just so you guys know, but I think, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have to leave those in because it's a continuation, right?
I think at the time we felt that it was best just to leave the subdivision as is, and then a condition of approval, if this were to get approved, would be the mechanism to connect through down to Walker as opposed to redesigning, where you might get kind of caught in a loop of, we need to take that back in front of another hearing.
Yeah, and we won't even change lot layouts. Our road can just turn, so it works pretty good, just as a FYI for you guys.
Okay, great. That answers a few questions I had. Okay. Planning board members, any clarifying questions, any burning needs? Otherwise, we can jump into public comment and then sorry, I'm having mic difficulties here. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands from board members. Excuse me. Okay, so not seeing anything from folks on the board, we're going to go ahead and move to public comment. So, this is a time when anybody inside or here wants to make public comment. You can please do so. If you're joining us online, we forgot this in the last public comment hearing. You put it up, but I didn't read it. Oh boy, can I just skip it again? So anybody out there needs to call in, you can call in via the instructions on the screen. Or if anybody here in house wants to make a public comment. Go ahead, ma'am. If you'd like to just come on up to the podium, please state your name for the record and spell it as well.
My name is Mrs. Theodora, Theodora McKee, MCKEE. We live at 4022 South 3rd Street West. We have lived there for approximately 15 years. During that time, we've had, the state police have been there, 5 cars into our front yard, knocking down our chain link fence. We have that on record in state police reports. They're either drunk, it's a 35 mile per hour, or they just are just out of control. And we have $1,000 deductible. Okay, we should put this on 3 minutes and I'll try not to be verbose. And we've had to pay it every time. My concern is public safety. When you make that turn, Public Works doesn't seem to have an issue with it. When you make that turn, at the point of inflection is only when you can start seeing straight. Because the houses on the interior of the curve have 6-foot fences and 20, 30-foot trees. So when you're approaching that blind corner, you can't see until you get to the point of inflection, if you understand what I'm saying. And then you have more cars coming out on Creighton, but they don't, if that's too scary for them, at least they could go through Walker. And that's what I hope you approve today. Gives people an alternative. If you got a car full of kids, you're not going to want to go out in the wintertime when it's icy. I've got a history, 5 different accidents. It's too close to that curve, and it's a bad curve. So please push through Walker and let people have a choice. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you. We appreciate you being here tonight and sitting through a few hours of another hearing. Okay. Have we got anybody online? I don't see anybody. Okay. We'll give it just a second here while I make some notes. Okay, not seeing anybody else online or here in-house. We will go ahead and close public comment for this hearing. And that, friends and neighbors, brings us to a motion to get us going here with our discussion. So, Tim, if you could bring up your motions. Okay. And guess we'll just take these in order. Does that seem best to everybody? Okay. All right, anybody want to jump on it?
I can take that first one.
All right, go for it, Danny.
I move to recommend approval of the variance from section 3.4.6.2, which requires access off Walker Drive as the road of lesser classification.
Motion made by Danny. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Rick. Okay. Go ahead, Rick.
Sorry, I didn't know my mic was on. I'm new at this being in person stuff. Yeah, this one seems to make sense, especially when you consider that they are connecting. And the bigger question is motion 3, so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, and I guess I want to get a little clarification. So this variance requires access off of Walker Drive. And then the next one requires, is it deny or require? Yeah, please explain.
So, the essence of motion number 1 is basically to allow for the cul-de-sac as the main access point off of Clements. So, Brent O'Connor from County Public Works actually viewed the site and is supportive of that cul-de-sac access point. So that's number 1, but number 2 is basically a requirement in the subdivision regulations to make the through connection to Walker to the south. The subdivision regulations require that, and the original proposal was just to end in that cul-de-sac as opposed to pulling it down and providing the connection to Walker. So The, motion number 2 is the recommendation essentially to make that through connection.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Danny.
Maybe I'll say this in a different way to clarify, Tim, in the form of a question. If we don't have a cul-de-sac and we have a through connection, is the first variance applicable?
We thought that variance 1 was applicable in the sense that to basically empower the cul-de-sac, so to speak. If you don't have and I'm not sure if I'm answering this fully, but you need variance 1 to actually have that access point from the east, because Walker alone could do the job.
Go ahead, Lynn.
But doesn't a subdivision need 2 access points?
Yeah, that's kind of where I was, with connectivity and 2 access points.
Yeah, that's why we felt that, though we hear the concern about the curve, the Third and Clements curve, to only have one way out to the south, I think, isn't optimal.
Is that required to, it's not required, right?
Well, technically, our regulations require it for major subdivisions in the wildland-urban interface.
Okay, that's the distinction. There we go. Okay.
It's really a good idea for any large subdivision to have 2 ways in and out.
Okay. Anybody else? Any questions for this motion? All right, not seeing anything. Let's go ahead and go to a roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote. Lynn Davis,
No.
Shane Morrissey,
Yes.
Josh Schrader,
Yes.
Danny Oberweiser,
Yes.
Rick Hall,
Yes.
Sean McCoy.
Yes.
And the motion passes with 5 yeses, 1 no.
Okay. Anybody want to take a stab at number 2?
I can keep going here on this one. I move to recommend, sorry, just got a screen pop up in front of me here. It's all right, I have it printed. I move to recommend denial of a variance from section 3.4.6.3, which requires a through connection to Walker Drive.
Great, motion made by Danny. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Rick. Okay, any discussion needed? Questions? If they haven't already been answered? Oh, Shane, go ahead.
I just want to, sorry, I was not paying as much attention to Danny's motion as I needed to. Did you word it exactly the way it was on screen? You're recommending denial?
I believe I did.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Even though there's a big white thing in the middle.
All right, not seeing anything from board members. And everybody's clear on how this is all working? Okay, I'm seeing nods of heads. All right, let's go to a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Lynn Davis,
Yes.
Shane Morrissey,
Yes.
Josh Schrader,
Yes.
Danny Oberweiser,
Yes.
Rick Hall,
Yes.
Sean McCoy.
Yes.
And it is unanimous. The motion passes.
Great, thank you. All right, number 3. Anybody else besides Danny, or we're just gonna let the new guy do it all?
I'll take it.
Go ahead, Danny.
I move to recommend Creighton subdivision be denied based on the findings of facts and conclusion of law in the staff report as amended.
I'll second it again.
Motion made by Danny, seconded by Rick. And then just to make sure everybody's clear, a yes vote is for denial and a no vote is for support of the subdivision. All right, go ahead, Danny, lead us off.
All right, I think maybe the technical aspect of this is making the thought processes challenging. I think I acknowledge what the applicant's representatives are saying about their all-west geotechnical investigation and, acknowledge the fact that there is a mature terrace deposit there. But I think that's only one piece of the puzzle. The hydrology of the river being maybe the missing facts that the county commissioners are going to have to make their final decision based on. I think everyone can acknowledge that the results of that geotech show that there is probably a slower erosion. But where I'm seeing a disconnect is by how much. That's what we don't know. So while there's a very high altitude study for a channel migration zone in place that seems to be the best available data that we need to make a decision based off of. At the same time, it has a provision to reduce that 580 down to 200. Well, in my mind, that's the same very high altitude determination of a study that doesn't seem to be all that well thought out. So on one hand, it's conservative at 580. On the other hand, it's saying you can reduce it to 200, but neither of those are really based off concrete evidence, in my opinion. So if we're based on making a decision about, reasonably minimizing potential impacts, I don't know if we can reasonably make that decision and say yes, that 200 feet makes more sense than 580. So that's where my thought process is right now. I guess completely separate, a question maybe for staff, is there anything besides the channel migration zone that would limit development? Zoning, are there riparian area setbacks that we haven't talked about that could further potentially limit this development in the future if it is approved?
If that's a question I could answer. We felt that since the subdivision was in the door ahead of the new zoning being implemented, it's essentially grandfathered in per the old zoning. So we wouldn't subject it to the buffers that you find in the new zoning.
Does that get at your question? Okay.
It does. I think I'll maybe have some more questions further on.
Okay, all right. Rick, you're up.
This is a tough one for me because, I'm not too swayed by the argument that we've built in the CMZ in the past and we're going to bail out everyone that is in the zone should the channel move. But I am kind of swayed by the fact that saying you can't build in a 580-foot zone is not a taking. I guess that's not a question for us really, but if we start as a planning board saying it's a no-build area, when people purchased the property prior to even the study, I'm having some real issues with that. And, but at the same time, there's a reason we studied the CMZ and, I understand what the study is saying. The study, one of the criticism of the study is, yes, you've done a soil study of that bank, but you haven't done a soil study of the other bank. And if the other bank is even less erodible than this bank, then there will be even more channel migration. But, you know, channel migration is really hard to know. You know, it's just, but I will tell you, if I bought a house and knew it was going to be floating down the river in 120 years, I probably would not buy that house. But who knows? So I'm just having some real difficulties with the denial. And I guess the question is, we're just based on the application that's before us, right? Which is that part of it would even be in the 200-foot zone? Is that correct?
I think the northwest corner of lot 7 would end up in the 200-foot.
No buildings, no houses. But no houses.
Okay, great, thanks, Rick. Let's see, I have Josh and then Shane.
I agree with the observations of both Danny and Rick. You know, the applicant talked also about averages of erosion. But I think if that southern stem of the river ever became the main stem, we would see significant higher averages of erosion. And I don't think it's a question of if it does, it's a matter of when that becomes the main stem. Nobody knows when that will occur, but pretty confident that it will at some point in time. And I represent the Conservation District Board on this board, and we do see with some frequency properties that have been built where they shouldn't have, and they come to us for a 310 permit precisely because the water is knocking at their door and they need to do something to mitigate that. And so it's not all theoretical. It happens in real life where properties are threatened because the river changes course, they didn't think it was going to be there, and lo and behold, they're between a rock and a hard place and they need to do something about it, and they come to request a 310 permit. So I intend to support staff's recommendation and vote in alignment with what the Conservation District board's point of view, which would be, you know, in support of the motion or to deny the subdivision. And it doesn't seem fair, right, that other people can build beforehand in that area, but I think that they're going to have a problem sooner or later in that area. And the other issue is that, you know, if this development would have come after the rezone, county rezone, they wouldn't meet the setback requirements. So that's where my head's at right now.
Great, thank you, Josh. Go ahead, Shane, and then Lynn.
Josh just stole a whole bunch of my thunder there. I think that Danny made a bunch of really good points, and then I think Josh hit most of my high notes. I mean, you know, we've looked at, you know, in the presentation, we've looked at, you know, areas of the river that haven't moved, but this is an area of the river that we've clearly demonstrated has moved, and I'm not, I agree with Josh, you know, the law of averages might not apply here, and I'm not an expert in this, and so I need to defer to the experts on this. And I guess I suppose I don't necessarily see this as a taking. There's a request out here for a subdivision, and it's before us to either approve it or deny it. And it's still a plot of land, but it might not be developable to the, extent that the developer wants to develop it. But suppose I don't necessarily agree with the stance that this could be a taking. And lot 7 does still concern me. That Radley pointed it out, Tim pointed it out. It still falls within this area of the 200 feet and seems to not have been rectified, and so it leaves questions in my mind about what else hasn't been addressed, I suppose. So I intend to support the motion on the floor for denial.
Great, thank you, Shane. Go ahead, Lynn.
So I agree with what's been said so far, and I just would add that planning for mitigation is not a good plan. It just doesn't make sense to me to approve the subdivision based on mitigating it because other homes would need to be mitigated. The right thing to do here, I think, is to, not build, or not approve the subdivision so that we're not building in an area that is potential that would need to be mitigated later. So that's my main reason for denial, or for approval of the motion, which would be denying the subdivision.
Great, thank you, Lynn. Danny, go ahead.
I just wanted to speak to Mrs. McKee's concern about the corner there at 3rd and Clements. I take that corner twice a day, and I completely understand your point of concern there. And as a board, I think we should just, on the record, say that the Public Works Department should take a close look at that. To the subdivision application perspective, that isn't really in the scope, I think, of this application. We're reviewing the proposed access and not the existing, conditions of that 90-degree turn. So I hope that Public Works takes your comment seriously, because it's a blind corner, certainly.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just take that as a good segue for myself. I also drive this road at least a couple times a day. I have lease ground out here that we produce food off of. And I would agree with Danny. I think it would be good for Public Works to just reevaluate it and just make sure that it's still safe. Because that is a tough spot, I think. And I would support this a lot more with the through to Walker Street. I think that makes a lot of sense, or I do support it with that. Okay, I got a little bit of a hypothetical because I share quite a bit of Rick's feelings as far as this is a real conundrum. Because it is a really tough piece of land to try and to develop. And I think I have some empathy for the developer as far as trying to figure that out, and the owners. So I guess I'm just curious, is there a way to get this to the end zone? Have you guys talked about other possibilities, Tim? It seems to hate to have the door just slammed, because of all these, development in the past and the CMZ, and there's just so many things. Do you see a scenario of what can make it to the end zone, or is that just too hypothetical for you to project on?
It may be a bit too hypothetical. I mean, a different design, which obviously isn't before you tonight, might get it across the finish line. But we'd be prepared, we're staff, and we'd be prepared to get it to a finish line if the county commissioners ultimately wanted to approve the subdivision. I mean, we don't have any recommended conditions because we're recommending denial, but we could get it there. We made recommendations on variances that get it halfway there as far as access is concerned, but I don't know that there are any mitigations. We did investigate that. That there are any on-the-ground mitigations that really change the way we would look at this.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks for taking a stab at it. I know that doesn't necessarily help with this, but if they were to try and, would that be a new plan and then would no longer be grandfathered in?
Yes, but there's always potential along the eastern portion of the property. Easy to say, of course, but again, we can, if we got to the point where the county commissioners wanted to approve it, we could, add recommended conditions and we could get it to that finish line and we will do that if that's their preference.
Okay, all right. I won't take up too much more time here. I'm just curious. Anything else from other board members?
I just wanted to add one thing, and that is that whether it's a taking or not is not really our business. That's really the business of the city attorney or county council. I just threw it out there because it is a concern of mine, so.
Absolutely. Thank you for the clarification. I think that's important. It's true. Okay, anything else from board members? Okay, let's go ahead and roll call vote, please. It's getting awful late. What do you got, Brian?
Well, I guess the struggle I see in this is you guys are following the recommendations of the CMZ, right? The 580 feet. But then when we go through and show a provision in the CMZ that says XYZ, it's just like following subdivision regulations. And we go meet those provisions with a document that you guys are following now, and we prove those as stated in that document, that seems to get pushed to the side. So you're following this document for one thing, but there's a whole page dedicated to this that we go prove, and then that doesn't get followed. It's like, we don't like that, so we're going to set that aside, but we're going to read the rest of this document. And that's a struggle for me because I think I highlighted in there exactly, if we find this information, we get to use 200 feet. We went and found that information, but then we don't get to use 200 feet, but we still have to go to the rest of the document applies. So I think if you guys are looking at this, I would say, let's apply either the whole document, which is that's part of it, or not the document at all. That's the struggle that I guess I'm looking at here, because I feel like we followed what was said.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate your point. Okay. Anybody else before we settle in? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote. Lynn Davis,
Yes.
Shane Morrissey,
Yes.
Josh Schrader,
Yes.
Danny Oberweiser,
Yes.
Rick Hall,
Yes.
Sean McCoy.
No.
And it is unanimous. The motion passes with 5 yeses, 1 no.
So not quite unanimous, but close. No worries. Okay, and with that brings us to the end of that public hearing for this evening. And want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and joining us on this, once again, very late evening, although we're doing pretty good. It's not 11 o'clock here. Okay. Just to your final point, Brian, I think you have a really good point, and it's one of the reasons why I voted the way I did, which really isn't much more than a signal, ideally, to the county commissioners to take a closer look at this, but that's the argument I would be bringing to them. You guys are in a tough spot. I don't know how you keep getting these tough ones, but
By the river.
Yeah. Yeah. But thanks and, good luck and hopefully we'll get something figured out. Okay, everybody. Let's see what we got left. Really, we've got not much. I don't think we have any committee reports.
Yep.
Did you go? Oh, great.
I went to TPCC.
Okay, great. Committee report.
Well, they approved the Unified Work Program, which is basically their budget. The only change is to scale back outsourcing to not deplete reserves, and they added rail planning since Commissioner Strohmeyer was there. So that's been added to the consultancy fees. They also approved a letter of support for a grant application to build 15 to 20 community charging stations. And it's just a grant application, so that was approved, and that was it.
Great, thank you. Do you have a question or anything? Yes, ultimately, yes. Sorry. I'm having a little extracurricular conversation here, folks. Ultimately, there won't be a subdivision for now. Just nothing's going to happen. If there is a subdivision, more than likely it'll connect with Walker. Okay. All right. You're welcome. Thanks for being here so late. Okay. Really, that wraps it up. If it wasn't so late, I was going to have Danny introduce himself a little bit, but I think we can.
He drilled them in the bathroom.
Oh, all right. Rick's got all the information. So unless I see everybody jumping up and down or Danny really wants to take the mic, I think we'll let everybody go home. Okay, I think we're getting agreement on that. So we're going to adjourn tonight's meeting. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate all you guys' time and another late night.